Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Live from the Sword Coast podcast. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly dungeon master this evening. This evening, we are playing, or continuing on with our ongoing campaign, playing Greg Gillespie's very cool Barrowmaze Complete. But tonight, we're going to take a little bit of a break from our usual Pathfinder 2nd Edition playtest play, and we're going to try playing it with an old school game, kind of the way that the game was intended to be played. With me tonight are the stars of the Friday night sessions. Oh, I got so many little fucking pop-ups going on here. Jeez. So let's go to the order I've got you guys on our screen. First up is Dave. Who are you? Who are you playing? Oh, Dave. Oh, sorry.
Oh, who am I playing? Are we just reskinning Skirk?
Yes, we're just going to recreate your existing characters. If you guys,
okay. In that case, I will be playing Skirg, who is, at least in the previous version, an orc or half-orc alchemist.
Yep, we'll be embracing that as well. Next up is Dave F. We got the Daves up first.
Oh, I had bookends here. My name is Dave at David J. Forte on Instagram and Twitter, and I am playing Wes Littlefoot II and his trusty hawk, perhaps flying creature, maybe a rodent, who knows? Wingtip or maybe claw scratcher, I don't know.
Okay, and next up is Jeffrey.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff, and I'm playing Badonk Bentbucket. He is a goblin monk. I don't know what he's going to turn into. And tonight we are drinking something completely different than the usual. Today I have Napa Cellars, some red wine, Cabernet.
Get you classing the joint up. My goodness.
Oops. Were we supposed to do that? Sorry.
You don't have to, but...
Bullet bourbon and Dr. Pepper Slurpee tonight.
Nice. As is appropriate for post-Halloween. Dave, what is your beverage of choice tonight? Is it exciting or as exciting as mine?
Well, actually, tonight I am enjoying if I can get that into the camera, a Steinlager.
Ooh,
nice.
It is a crisp, fresh, refreshing beer from New Zealand.
Lovely.
I quite enjoy it.
And last but certainly not least is our resident Steve-O. Steve-O.
Yo, good evening. I am playing Warben Silverstone, a Dwarven Storm Druid.
Yes. And what are you partaking in? Are you back to your, what do you call it? Your beer?
Tonight I am partaking of some good old H2O.
Oh, H2O. Nice. Well, I'm truly living large like an 87-year-old woman and having my my licorice tea.
Nice.
Steve-O, I hear that stuff's really good on the rocks. Should double up.
Sure is, baby. Goes down.
All right. So let's I'm going to log into the Barrowmaze game, and then let's do the camera shuffle. And then we'll talk about how we're going to quickly toss these characters together. So for those listening at home, what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be recreating those characters in Kevin Crawford's very cool Scarlet Heroes. Now, this is an OSR game that is based on the BX version of D&D, or at least originally. And what it kind of is it's intended to be a way of playing kind of like hero mode, but using those existing rules. The Barrowmaze Complete setting is actually designed to be used with Labyrinth Lord, which is kind of the same thing as BX. There's some differences there. And the reason we've done this is because one of the things that I have been thinking of in the recent weeks is that the system we've been using, Pathfinder 2nd Edition, has really, because of the amount of detail that is included in the combat system, it really means that we've been fairly limited in the advancement that the characters have been making into the Barrowmaze. So this is our 18th session, and they have uncovered precisely 2 barrows so far, and not for lack of trying on the part of the players. So we're going to try something a little different and see how this works out. So guys, you can hear spooky sounds again too. I forgot about that. Let me do the camera shuffle here. And do. Here we go. A little musical interlude to get you guys through. Present to everyone. And hide. And get myself in there.
Should we be logging into Roll20, Kev?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. We'll still be using the map and stuff like that. I'm hoping you guys can make some progress in the old Barrowmoor tonight. Okay, so first thing, guys, is to just record. Scarlet Heroes, just like in D&D, uses the same stats as before: strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So if you could record those on your Scraps O paper, you can just use the existing ones, guys, or you can assign some numbers that I'll give you. I think the numbers you've got are probably pretty good anyway. Does anybody not have an 18 in one of their stats at least?
Hold on. I'm just pulling up Sturg right now.
That is okay. Steve, you joining us in Roll20 or what, bud?
I am in Roll20. What's going on here? What game am I in?
Yeah.
I think you're in Starfinder.
I'm in Starfinder.
You're just so excited to play.
Steve wants to be a bear again. Sorry, guys.
See, this is how accommodating a player as Steve is. He'll just go into whatever the fuck he clicks on. All right, we're playing this? That sounds good. All right, so one thing you guys can quickly... Hey, and there's old Werby.
There you go.
So if you can mark down your different stats, guys, I'm going to get you to track your stats and your hit points and stuff like that. Oh, nice. One of the folks, Arlen, one of our regular viewers. Sorry, Arlen, actually, I don't know if you're male or female, but Arlen says that he or she has been playing around with Scarlet Heroes a bit himself or herself. So that's cool.
Cool.
So,
Kev, are we just taking our scores as is? We're not kind of dialing out like base stats and modifiers as
let's see how they work out. Like, what are your stats, Wes?
12 strength, 18 dex, 14 con, 10 intelligence, 14 wisdom, 10 charisma.
Yeah, that's probably pretty good. As long as you guys have an 18 in something.
Our stats are almost exactly the same.
I think that's why I was fairly confident because of the mandatory point buy thing in the system. So everyone record your stats. Let me know once you guys have, I guess, put like hands up once you've finished your ready recording your stats. So not pens down, but hands up.
And where are we recording this, Kev?
Just on your scrap of paper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The game is not particularly complex, so it should be fairly easy to just keep track of shit. If you were able to track a Godbound character on a scrap of paper, we can definitely do Scarlet Heroes.
Oh, with their bonuses the way they are, it means you don't really get very many bonuses, and with the way our stats are.
What 18? What do you have? 18, 14?
Well, you need a 13 to start getting a bonus.
Yep, that's right.
And so I have 3 12s and a 10. And so they're all...
Jeff, you can feel free to bump those around a little if you like up by one, down by one kind of stuff.
Right, like just to make it so a couple actually.
Yeah, if you want to make it a little more interesting spread, you go nuts. I'm not fussed. I got plenty of ways. I got a whole fucking book, 2 books of stuff to kill you. So,
well, I'm
not worried if you're a little more clever.
A little bit because it doesn't. He never seemed. People liked him because he was lucky, but not because he was charming.
Yep. They liked him in spite of himself.
I think so. Let's change that.
Oh, okay. So how we doing? Everyone's got their stats recorded?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm just.
Yep. Okay, great. So guys, if you have a stat that is between 13 and 15, it is a +1. If you have a stat between 16 and 17, it is a +2. And if you have a stat of 18, you die immediately. I mean, +3.
So anything below 13 is 0.
Anything below 13 is a 0, yeah.
Hmm.
Womp, womp, womp. Although again, Dave, like if you want to bump numbers around to like, you know, one up by 1 or 2 or down by 1 or 2 or whatever, that's fine. Just to sort of tweak them to fit what your vision of Scourge is.
Sure.
When do you start getting stat penalties?
At 8, I believe.
So going from 10 to 9?
8 to 6 is -1. 4, 5 is -2. 3 is -3.
Is it a direct point for point, or was there a
Yeah,
point?
direct point for point.
Okay, so if I wanted to bump my...
Yeah, just making sure it fits the concept of the character you've already been playing too. Like, you know, don't make him suddenly completely spastic or completely, you know, inattentive or whatever.
Well, like, Badonk now has a 24 intelligence.
Can't get any higher than 18, so that is impressive. Okay, so everyone's got stuff recorded down?
So 13 is a +1.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and this is actually interesting. You guys each are non-human, so as are your characters. So that that will actually work out because it'll help me demonstrate a certain. Yeah, I told you, Dave. I'm just in an insufferable fucking mood today. So.
That was just so cheesy.
I know. Expect nothing but vaudevillian era jokes. Okay, so everyone write down your race as well. So goblin, dwarf, half orc, and halfling. And there's a little wingtip there.
So I can stay a goblin even though it's not in the rules?
Even though it's not in the rules, we'll just write down goblin. Yeah, no problem at all.
This is Fluffy, my mummified cat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that definitely requires a call to the police. That's
Fluffy goes away with the Halloween decorations.
It's your what do you call it? Your phylactery.
Masking tape and taped up a cat.
Mm. Okay,
Right.
So now if you guys could make a column that is called, or just like a heading called traits, we're going to start adding stuff to that.
Before we even pick a class or anything?
Before we even pick a class, because we know what your races are. So we'll do that first.
So what did you say? Traits?
Traits, yeah. TRAITS, please.
Traits.
Now, for Werbin, you are a dwarf. So you have a trait called Dwarven Senses. And you have 1 point in that. What this is, guys, all task resolution in this is, well, let me rephrase that. All non-combat task resolution is using 2d8. You roll 2d8 and you'll add your stat modifier if applicable, and you'll add a trait if it applies. Traits also can be used to like explain narrative stuff, like dwarves can see in the dark. So, you know, you can say, what will my dwarven senses trait? Will that trigger to allow me to do that? So, Steve, if you got dwarven senses at 1, you also have 1 point in a profession that you intended to carry on. For males, it's usually mining, soldiering, or architecture. Do you think any of that fits for Werbin, or do you think he would have something else as a profession?
Mining. I think he, yeah, mining.
Okay, so put down mining at a 1. And that's what. So that's your starting traits. For Wes, you get a trait in halfling stealth. And you can use that whenever you're trying to hide, sneak, or otherwise pass. You get 1 point in that. And you get 1 point in any trait you desire. And we'll talk about what that's going to be in a moment when we'll go back to your classes and then we'll pick your traits afterwards.
Okay.
Who else? We've got a goblin. Oh, Dave, you're half orc. You get 1 trait in orcish blood. And you get 1 point in that. And you get 1 bonus point to spend as you wish. So we'll talk about where that's going to go afterwards. And then for goblins, let's say goblin. What do you think is the most important thing? Do you think it's the goblin senses, or do you think is there anything else you get from being a goblin in Pathfinder?
I don't remember that there was anything special other than he had dark vision, basically.
So let's say goblin senses, and then you'll get 1 free point in something else as well. And you can pick what that
Also
is.
herpes. I think all goblins come with herpes.
They do. Preloaded. Pretty good. You don't have to pay for that extra. Okay. Now let's flip back and talk about the classes. So there's 4 classes in this, and obviously these are going to be a kind of tricky fit for some of the characters we've got in this group. Cleric, fighter, magic user, and thief. Fortunately, yeah, which I think describes none of your characters. So
I love it.
yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use some of my other OSR stuff. I'm going to use Labyrinth Lord, and in particular, the Advanced Edition Companion to help fill in some of the holes that are there. Now, Wes
is kind of a thief, but with some nature skills.
Is that how you're picturing him? Okay, cool. Then that's awesome. That actually answers my question: is whether you thought he was more of like an archer who happened to have a little bit of archery, other stuff, or whether he really is kind of a thief type. So that's great. Skurg. Actually, we'll do you last, Skurg, because you're gonna be the most. I think the most not challenging, but you'll be the trickiest to come up with the rules for. Werbin, I think that you are effectively a cleric.
Okay, cleric.
Okay. The thing is, you can't wear armor and you can't turn undead, or you can't wear at least what do you call it? Metal armor, but you can speak with animals. And
okay,
let's see here. What else can you get?
That's cool. St. Francis.
Oh, and you know what? I'm going to give you a free trait called Druidic Resistance. And what that is something you can add to your saving throws against any kind of like nature or natural shit. And you can choose to put more points from your traits. Traits can go up to 3, and you can choose to put more points into your traits if you want to. So that's just one of your class abilities.
Okay.
So that makes sense for you. For the monk,
I think it's probably fighter.
Well, actually, let me take a look at the monk, because there is a monk class in here that does get some of the like similar abilities.
There is a monk?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not in Scarlet Heroes, but the nice thing with all of this OSR stuff is you can pretty much grab shit from other versions of it, other games, and just drop it right in. So for the monk from the Advanced Edition Companion, what it gets, Jeff, is it gets an unarmed attack that does 1d4. It has increased movement rate. And let's see here. And so increased unarmed attack rate. Hit points like a thief. And I think that you're going to get like a trait called monks. I don't know. What do you think? Like something to reflect the agility and like, the dancing around kind of stuff. What do you
like his stances?
Monastic training, maybe?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
You could rephrase it to fit with him too, because I mean, from what I recall, Badonk sort of picked up all his stuff as in the circus, not in a monastery.
Right. And that's why I'm saying, like, he never really was a true monk.
Okay.
What he was like like a unarmed fighter more than anything. He was like an acrobat.
Okay. Why don't we do this?
It's sort of more of an acrobat. I mean, I was using the monk out of Pathfinder, but he's not religious. He's not devout. He doesn't pray every day. He doesn't meditate.
Why don't we do this then?
Have to be a monk.
We will add instead. Let's just say that we'll build him like a thief, but because he never wore armor, let's say that you have a natural AC of 7, which is the same as leather armor. Yeah. So that way you've got the benefit of, the protection that you would get with a thief class, but you never wear armor. That sound okay?
Sure.
Okay. And then the unarmed stuff. What do you think is the whole? Do you see the thing about ambushing unsuspecting foes that thieves can do? The thief attacking an unsuspecting or unwary target gains +4 to his attack rolls and inflicts triple damage with his weapon and fray die. Do you think we can just narratively call? Like, I think that you more consistently did extra damage than that.
Maybe he like has a bonus or something that constantly catches foes off balance and
well, what I was thinking is
that kind of damage.
We'd say that you could do 1d6 with your unarmed strikes in place of that. 1d6 is about what? Let's see here.
Is that about a 4th level monk?
Well, no, let's say one.
I mean, honestly, like Badonk was kind of our DPS character.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, like, because what we could do is we could basically count that as a light weapon, because a light weapon does 1d6 damage, but you can add the better of your strength or dexterity for hit and damage rolls.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so that means you're doing like 5 to 10 points of damage with every hit with your unarmed strikes.
Right, and I don't know how that converts to this game. So
yeah, you'll see how it's a lot.
That's cool.
Okay, so let's see here. So that fits.
Is what you think is the best.
Yes, and for Skurg. So for Skurg, what I'm thinking, Dave, is that we will use his alchemy will be a trait.
Okay.
Okay, and then what we'll let you do. How many times per day? It's in the Pathfinder version. You had what? It was like 3 plus your intelligence modifier. Was how many? Like how many alchemical things you could make per day?
Well, it was based on his resonance, right? So
right, and how is his resonance calculated?
Well, it was 8.
Okay.
So yeah, so I guess it is twice his intelligence modifier.
So why don't we just do this? You have a list on his character sheet of what things he could make, right?
Yep.
So let's just do this. We'll say you can create your intelligence bonus. Let's hear double your intelligence bonus in reagents per day.
Okay.
And then that will gain, hold on, 1 plus your intelligence modifier. And then we'll just kind of come up with rules for what they can do as we go. Because I think some of those ones, like anything that gives just a like an attribute bonus or something like that, we'll just count that as like a free trait or like a +2.
Okay.
Okay.
Some of the I guess some of the abilities that he had effectively increased the number of alchemical spells that he could have, or the number of alchemical items, right?
Yeah, like a lot of that minutia, like any of the stuff that just went into like the mechanics of Pathfinder, we're going to ignore for now.
Okay.
And what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and recreate how he felt at the table, as best we can. And some of this will be a work in progress as we sort of tweak shit. But I think what you can do is you can basically use the cleric as the starting point. You're not going to gain spells, because otherwise I think your armor proficiencies and stuff like that, like those are all pretty similar to what a cleric can do.
Right.
So you can't turn undead. You can spend a resonance to create 2 copies of something beforehand that will last for the day, or you could spend a resonance to create something on the fly.
Okay.
That sound fair?
Yeah. So his resonance is what again?
Level plus. I'm saying it a different way now this time too. I think what we'll say is that you guys are level 2, and we'll count it as your level plus your intelligence modifier. So that'll give you 5, right?
Yeah.
You should be level 2. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, level 2, please. So, let's see here. That means for Scourge, you're going to be starting with 6 plus 3 is 9 hit points.
That doesn't sound like a lot.
Remember how little you had in Godbound?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
same thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it uses the actually. This is where they initially created that that sort of mechanism.
Okay.
Okay, so let me see here. I just can't remember if you add your Constitution to your hit points. Yes, you do. Okay, so guys, add your, if you've got a Constitution modifier, add that to your hit points. I'm just going to see if you get that when you go up.
It says, oh, it doesn't say. It says hit points gained per level is +2.
Yeah, and I don't think, yeah. Oh, no, modified by the Constitution modifier. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so add twice your hit points then. Werbin, your hit points will be the same, 9 plus twice your Constitution modifier. Badonk, you are at, what is it? 6 plus twice your Constitution modifier.
Oh, you only gain those 4 hit points at the start.
Yeah,
and you just gain your con and level.
That's right. Yeah, I know it sounds like a little. And Wes, actually, you'll the same amount, 4 plus 2.
We're doing what level characters?
Level 2.
Level 2. Okay.
Yeah.
So 6 plus my con.
Yeah. I don't know if you round up or round down. Let's see here.
Definitely a big difference from Pathfinder 2 and how many hit points you have.
Yeah, it really does. But you'll see that there's a bit of like tricky math that they do in this game that smooths out the that deficiency.
Cool.
All right, so let's see here. Another thing I'm going to get you guys to write down under your, so actually next thing you write is your attack bonus. And I think all of you guys will have +1. Because none of you are fighters. Fighters get +1 every level they go up. Clerics and thieves get an additional +1 every 2 levels they go up.
So at 3rd.
Yeah. And Steve, you get to cast some magic spells, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, and let's see here. Done. Your special abilities. Oh, thieves. So for the monk and for the ranger, you get 3 extra traits. And actually, Dave, I'll give that to you as well too. You're going to gain 3 extra traits.
Okay.
So wait, that's in addition to the 1 trait that I have so far?
Yeah, addition to the bonus trait. One of those is one of the bonus traits is from your race, and the other ones are from your class.
And the halflings get a second one from the
That's
race.
right. Yeah.
So I'll have 5 traits.
Let's see here.
2 from
You also
halfling,
get
3 from
3
thief.
background traits as well.
Oh,
So yeah, you're going to get a butt ton of traits here.
so write smaller.
You want to write, well, not really, because like the traits are, these are very narrative driven. Like it's what you choose to kind of decide they are. But let's take a look at what traits are. Traits are on page 14. And we're not making new characters, so let's we'll just have you guys select the ones that are appropriate for you. There are, you can pick racial ones. Oh, actually, the race ones refer you to these sheets anyway. Take a look at like the different sort of class that we're using. So like, you know, under thief, Jeff, I note that under thief, acrobat is the first one. you could also add like, friend to dogs as a trait. Dave, yours obviously, alchemist is going to be one you're going to want to write down.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing that in the list. Where is it under?
It is under magic user.
Oh, right.
And that one should be at 3. Oh, no, sorry. It starts at 1. You can't raise your traits any higher than 3.
And how do you determine how many, like at what level it's at?
Well, it starts at 1, and then each additional pick you put into it bumps it up by 1.
Oh, I see. So I could...
You could be jack of all trades, or you could be, hyper specialized.
Right.
Hey, Dave, you could take Gutter Mage, and the relationship there is helped a skilled lawyer.
Both. Okay, for the guys who are making thief characters, you each gain an additional trait because you gain 2nd level.
Oh, okay.
So this is race. And so, Kev, it's just you just keep adding traits. They don't go up in levels like in Pathfinder.
You can take second. Yeah, you can take up to 3 picks in them to give them a rank of 3.
Okay.
Right. So no higher than 3, but you can put like if you've got those 3 bonus ones, what you could do is just dump all 3 into 1 and have like,
a really good skill in something.
Yeah, like Hunter at 3, right?
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna mark down how many I have here. So I have race, I have 2. And then thief.
Oh no, halflings only get 1 bonus.
Right, but there's halfling stealth plus 1.
Yep.
And then thief starts off with 3.
With 3, yes.
And then the +1 for the 2nd level.
Yes. The 3 free traits, and then you also all of you get 3 additional traits. So the thieves get 6 to start with each. The non-thieves get 3, plus the Scourge gets 1 additional 1 from being a half-orc on top of his orcish blood trait. And and then you also get this, thieves get 1 additional 1 for hitting level 2.
Okay, so a total of 4 for thieves, 2 for halfling, and then how many background?
No, 1 for halfling, because 1 of them is already preset.
Right. I'm just keeping track of the total points, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, and how many background?
3.
3 background. Okay. So that leaves me with potentially 9 points. Oof.
And so should we be making some up or just taking from this list?
You can make them up. It's just that I think the list is there just to prompt imagination. But if you've got other ones that are more appropriate, what I just don't want to see is ones that are, and I trust you guys for this. It's just, efforts to try and create traits that capture as much as you possibly can. Like I'm a knight of magic, so like, I can know about heraldry, I can know about magic, I can use about, like, just to not try to overreach with it. Like the combination of the traits is what makes for the interesting character, not one overly broad trait.
And if you want to be really fun, you can roll a D100. See if it fits your character.
Does that make sense though, Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like one I think that fits for Badonk is like something to do with luck, but like specific to treasure. Like
no, I love that.
Lucky Looter, or like
Lucky Looter sounds terrific. Yeah, totally.
So Kev, if I said like Nature Guardian, That's like my outdoorsiness guy.
So where would that not? What would that not cover?
I'm thinking it's just like nature stuff.
So
making
I guess, well, here's the thing. Do you feel that it would encompass both what hunter and what herbalist would cover? Or do you think that it would not cover?
I think I would take hunter separately because that's like shooting and, like.
Yep. Then that's totally fine. Yep. Then I'm absolutely okay with that. Sounds like you got a clear idea of what it can and can't do. So
hunter forager kind of thing where it is like getting food and living off the land, and nature guardian is more like your, like in the old game it would be like West making nature checks to understand.
Yeah, totally. And it would know about with you knowing what like weaknesses and shit like that would for things that would prey on nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. Down with that. Steve-O, how's yours coming?
2 points. Where do I find so I get to pick some traits, right?
Just not off there or what?
My computer shut down there temporarily.
Oh shit! Sorry, that would explain why your screen's black. Sorry, bud. I didn't know you were gone. Sorry. So yes, Steve, if you're on page 11 of the Scarlet Heroes book, there's a list of traits. You're going to be able to pick on top of the dwarven traits that you already had, the dwarven senses and the mining. You get to pick 3 more. 3 more.
Okay.
And you can pick from like Claire. And here's where I think you like. Druid is for sure one of the traits I would select for you.
Okay.
And then take a look and see if there's other stuff that makes sense for you, like things that this is just sort of like it's ways to flesh out what would be skills in other games, but it gives you a chance to be a little more creative with it.
So like what about things like stealth?
Well, stealth isn't so again, like, the game doesn't use it doesn't use skills. So if you have something that would be a stealthy trait, then like say halfling stealth.
If stealth was a part of who Badonk was, then I should choose something that's stealthy as a trait.
Why was he stealthy? Like if we were thinking story wise, why was Badonk stealthy?
I mean, a lot of it was because he was small and good at hiding in shadows, kind of thing. Like he wasn't. And he was.
You could say, sneaky goblin.
Yeah, sneaky goblin.
Yeah. So then what I'd allow you to do with that too, Jeff, is like you could do things like snatching, like sleight of hand kind of shit, right?
Right.
Like grabbing shit off the table or stuff like that, or whatever. Anything that sort of would fit in that trait. Like,
and that sort of sneaky goblin trait. I get it. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what he could do and how it fits into skills.
Absolutely. So for let's see here.
Stealth and acrobatics were really his 2 biggest skills.
Okay, now Steve, are you there?
Yeah.
So you're able to cast 4 first level spells.
Okay.
And if you want, Steve, rather than trying to basically try and capture the non-damaging cantrips that you could cast before, what I'd say is, or what I'd suggest is just take a trait called like Druid Craft or something like that. And we'll use that to replicate in the same way we're using Dave's alchemy to replicate his alchemical skills. We'll just use that to simulate your druidy shit.
Okay.
And this is going to be closer to like the narrative games we've played, guys, where you can feel free to try to do shit that isn't necessarily on your character sheet. Especially the alchemist and the druid. Like, I mean, you're not going to be able to hey, I want to throw a fireball kind of stuff. But I mean, like little small things like, Skurg, if you were trying to get into a lock, you're like, I'm going to pull out a little vial of alchemical acid. I'm going to use that to help to get in. Cool. You could use your alchemy skill in place of a lockpicking skill.
Okay.
And Steve, you can cast 4 first level spells per day.
Okay.
And Where are the druid spells?
So, Kev, what's a good level for a trait that would be pretty good for a level 2 character?
I mean, 2 is probably respectable. What you're doing is you're adding whatever related trait bonus would go to it to a roll of 2d8. And I think the target number is 11, typically.
Okay.
Yeah, 11 is the average.
Not put a 3 in anything is what you're saying.
No, you could put, if it's something that you're amazing, something that is signature about your character, absolutely put 3 points in it.
Well, like I'm thinking acrobat is like sort of his whole,
Sure.
a big part of his whole thing.
Yep. Okay.
Any ideas on how to replicate the animal companion piece?
We're just going to say you've got an animal companion, and I'll give you the stats for wingtip in a sec.
Okay. I'm going to put some points in on that.
Sure, yeah.
Like an animal.
If you could think of a way that it would, sync up with in a more broad. You don't need to make it so narrow as like animal companion, but like
animal trainer.
Yeah, animal trainer, animal husbandry, whatever you know, friend to the wild or something like that.
Okay, so I have Goblin Senses 1.
Yep.
Acrobat 3. Friend to Dogs 1.
Nice.
Lucky Looter 2. Sneaky Goblin 1. And Fleet-Footed 1.
Okay. Skurg, how are your traits looking?
Now you said he only got 4, right?
4, that's right, yeah. No, sorry, you get 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Because you're playing an alchemist, so I want you to have as much points in alchemy as you can.
Okay, so I've got Orcish Blood at 1.
Okay.
Alchemist at 3.
Okay.
Military Surgeon at 1.
Oh, cool.
Converted Heretic at 1.
Yes, absolutely.
And Locksmith at 1.
Locksmith at 1. Okay, cool. Wes, what are your traits?
Right now I've got Halfling Stealth at 2. Hunter Tracker at 2. Animal Trainer at 1. Nature Guardian at 2. Former Man-at-Arms at 1. And I got one more point. I was thinking of putting into something like something that'll replicate my agility or athletics or something.
Sure.
Just looking for something that fits.
Natural athlete?
Natural athlete.
I'm not looking at the list. I'm just making shit up.
Okay. I'm looking for on the list. I'm like, Ninja Clan. No, I don't.
Oh, if that's not, and if that doesn't fit like what you like, that he's natural. You could call it like morning calisthenics, right? Like if it's part from his militia days, it's him. You know, every morning gets up and does teeny tiny little push-ups.
There is one called Lightning Reflexes. Like if he's just sort of quick.
Hmm?
Like if it's his reflexes that are saving him, you know.
Yeah.
Fleet-footed?
Yeah. Okay, so Werbin, how about your traits?
It's Druidcraft, Theologian, and Healer.
Cool, okay. And how many points did you put in those?
I put 1 point in each.
1 point each, okay. I'm just going to refresh my thing. I think your camera might be coming back on in a sec here. Let's see. And boom, 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 boom. Everybody's back. Except for Badonk. And Badonk's back. There we go. All right.
Urban had survival.
I think I'd fit that under Druid.
Okay.
He's got a trait called Druid.
Well, he has nature. He had nature of 5 and survival of 5.
Yeah, and I'd be okay with both of those fitting under Druid, probably.
Okay.
Okay, so then one other thing I haven't mentioned, guys, is for each of your classes, you have something called a fray dice. For the thieves, your fray dice is a 1d6. And for the clerics, it's a 1d6. Actually, all you guys have the same fray dice. Now, because this game models your characters as badass heroes, whenever you make an attack, like with spell, with range attack, with a normal weapon attack, you roll your fray dice and do damage equal to that on top of whatever your normal damage is. And what it reflects is kind of like the scene from Fellowship of the Ring where Legolas is just like fucking firing, bows and stabs an orc with an arrow and then shoots it into another orc kind of stuff. It's because you're larger than life heroes. So that's, we just sort of narratively fill in what it reflects, but it also allows you to drop guys like crazy. Okay. Now, I guess the only other thing is is your spells for your gear. So guys, basically any of the gear you've got in Pathfinder, you've got in this. I know that, does anybody have magical weapons?
Yeah, I did.
You did? Oh, you had your wraps, right? And you had what, Wes? That hammer?
I had a bow, or that the bow wasn't magical, was it? It was just expert.
Yeah, it was just a mastercraft.
But I also had a dagger that I.
Oh, right. Yeah, Dagger of Venom. Right. Warbin, you had that badass staff, right?
Yep.
And Skurg, what'd you have? What magic items did you have?
I had the Wolf Fang. I mean, I also had the Spellguard shield, but I was.
You never used it.
Yeah, like I mean, it doesn't. So that's kind of.
Did Skurg want to use that?
The shield.
Yeah. Or is that not really his style?
Yeah, no, that wasn't really him.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so guys, the what was everyone's armor?
Like, what was our AC?
No. What kind of armor did you wear?
I had hide.
Yeah, so Badonk, ignore me. Wes, you wore what, leather?
I had upgraded to hide.
To hide. Okay, for this game, we're just going to treat it as leather. So your AC is a 7.
Okay.
And then I think your Dex modifies that, actually. Hold on. Because it does in most other versions of D&D.
I love the old school character sheet on page 15.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It's like right out of 1987.
Yeah. Okay, improved. Yeah, if to subtract your Dex modifier from your armor class, guys, for Wes and Badonk. Skurg, what kind of armor did you wear?
Studded leather.
Studded leather. So we'll give you an AC of 7 as well. Warbin, did you wear any armor?
I was wearing hide armor.
Hide armor. Okay, we'll give you an AC of 7 as well. And then Skurg and Warbin, you guys can both modify that. Subtract your Dex modifier from it to make it lower. Lower is better in this game.
Just like second edition.
Just like second edition. Yeah, exactly. Whatever kind of weapon you were carrying.
So my armor class is supposed to be 7 minus my Dex?
Yeah, your Dex modifier. So I think your AC is a 4.
Okay.
And then you add your
Is there no difference between touch AC and regular AC in this game?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Okay, and let's see here. For the stabs, the weapons, bow. Yeah, bow does 1d8 damage. And because yours is Mastercraft, Wes, I'll give you a +1 to hit with it.
Okay. So
And you're adding your strength and adding your dexterity to hit and to damage.
and my attack bonus as well, my +1 that comes with the character.
That's right. Yep.
So I'd be a +5.
+5, +6, I think. Oh yeah, +5 because it's +3. And Badonk, yours is a light weapon, so it's 1d. You're unarmed. 1d6 plus your dex modifier for damage, and then we'll figure out what the magical bonus will be here. Let's see. I think Jaden's playing with his cousin again because he's screaming at the TV. I can hear him up. He just got the new Call of Duty, the Black Ops one. And it's pretty bonkers. Pretty bonkers. All I know about the game is that it elicits a lot of curse words from my son. And a really strange song about finding a helicopter.
Have you seen that commercial for Call of Duty: The Replacer, played by the Russian guy who was in Armageddon?
No.
You got to look it up on YouTube. It's awesome. He's like, you got a Call of Duty Black Ops, and now you've got things to do in life that are getting in the way. Well, I am your replacer. You hire me to replace you so you can keep kicking ass.
Okay, so let's see here. So those of you guys who have magical weapons, add +1 more to hit and damage with those things. So that'll be Steve, your staff, Skurg, your nothing. That didn't mean to sound as mocking as it came out. It was just the sentence was out before I could choke it back in. Like, oh. Wes, and you know that to your not venom dagger, and that would be a small weapon, so I'll be doing 1d4 damage. And you can use your dex modifier on that to hit and damage as well.
Same with all light weapons. Light weapons can be strength or dex.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
So rapiers, light spears.
And let's give it a cool bonus here. Badonk, let's make your wrappings, your hand wraps, we'll make them righteous, which means they've been sanctified to one or more gods. So you can harm intangible undead, and you can inflict an extra 1d6 damage on undead when you hit. And they glow and give you some sign when an undead creature is within 30 feet.
Cool.
And let's see here. The dagger will do 1d6 not venom damage on any creature struck.
Not 1d4?
No, not 1d4, 1d6. The weapon itself does 1d4. This is 1d6 extra.
Oh, it's a bonus damage. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Wow.
So it would be 1d4 plus 1d6 plus my fray dice. And it can do triple damage if I hit somebody before they're ready. Sweet.
Yep. It's pretty scary. Okay. And
I think you're our new DPS.
I don't know, Badonk.
Oh, sure. My best weapon does 1d6 plus 4. You have a 1d8 plus 4 bow and a 1d4 plus 1d6 plus 4 dagger. All your weapons do more than me, so I'll just hide behind you now.
Kev, I think we need to fix that.
Badonk's going to be very careful. I also don't have very many hit points now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I realize it's a different game, but I won't be getting into the fray in the same way.
All right. Trying to find
What,
staff.
dagger venom?
Yeah, Steve, your staff was a staff of the Woodlands, right?
Good memory. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I could find that out right now.
Okay. Let's see here.
Verdant staff.
Wooden staff, okay.
Verdant staff.
Oh, verdant staff, thanks.
Yeah.
So apparently I do not have a good memory.
You normally do.
All right, what do we got here? What did your verdant staff do?
It grows leaves in the spring, changes color in the autumn, and sheds its leaves in winter. I gain a +2 circumstance to nature checks. And then I can maximum charge is 2, and I can cast Tanglefoot, Shalila, Barkskin, and Tangle, Shape Wood, and Tree Shape.
Okay, so let's just say you can, and sorry, those you can do once per day, right?
Well, it's got 2 charges.
2 charge. Yeah, let's say it's that then. It's got 2 charges. You can do it. Any one of those things costs you 1 charge. You could do it. We'll just figure out what the rules are as we go.
Okay.
And it'll give you a +1 to any of those similar, like to any trait that would make sense for. We'll have that be the verdant staff. So that means we're done that. We're done that. Does everyone have? Oh, and Skurg, what weapons are you carrying?
Skurg had a lot actually.
Yeah. So the differentiation between like the types and whatnot, like piercing and bludgeoning and whatnot, won't matter as much in this game. So, is there one that you think he looks coolest with?
He seemed to really. I guess the 2 that he probably used most often were the sickle, the morning star, and the heavy crossbow.
Okay, so the heavy crossbow will be it's a dex attack bonus, and it does 1d10 damage. But they require an extra round to reload after you fire it. And the sickle, I think. Let's say the sickle is a light weapon. So it's 1d6 damage, and you can add whatever's better, your strength or your dex to hit and to damage. But you can also trip with it, I'll say, as with a +1 bonus.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other pieces of like signature equipment that we don't have rules for just yet?
Like valuables, or like, I mean, Badonk has those healing gloves.
Oh yeah, right.
I know they were valuable. I don't know what they did.
If we never saw them in play, I'm not fussed about them just yet. Just for today. Today is really to see if these characters feel, you know, for one, to see if we plays a little faster, and also to see how it feels at the table.
Hey, Kev, what about Skurg's Morningstar?
Morningstar would do, I think that's a normal weapon. That'd be 1d8 damage. And you could use strength to hit and damage.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else that's equipment that we need to deal with now? We can deal with shit on the fly as well, too, guys. Like as we go through and we remember stuff.
The monkey pin didn't do a whole lot as far as it was just a bonus for
I think it's a
athletics check to climb.
Yeah, so let's not.
I wouldn't worry about that.
You did use that once though, didn't you, or was that Skurg?
Yeah. I used it a couple times to scramble up the.
So let's call it this. Let's call it the monkey pin. Will give you +1 trait bonus to monkey activities. So anything that we think of monkey, you know, climbing, eating bananas, throwing scat.
Wes hits Skirk in the back of the head with
scat
the banana
counts
peel.
as a small weapon. So, okay, great.
-1 point of damage.
Yeah.
What about the skeleton key, Kev?
Oh yes, yeah. What does that do again?
Let's see. He gives you an item bonus to thievery checks when you use it in place of thieves' tools when attempting to pick a lock.
Okay. So you +1 to doing that stuff. Is there anything else it does?
Key grants a +2 bonus. Once per day, you can activate the key to cast knock. I don't know.
Yes.
What that's...
Yeah. Knock's awesome. Knock is an automatic unlock spell. So that's cool.
What does that do exactly?
Knock unlocks a door.
Or a chest, or
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty handy.
All right.
Steve, I'm trying to decide what's easier here to just use. Do you happen to have your list of spells you've got prepared?
Yes, although I'm still trying to pick.
Because what I'm going to suggest is we'll just kind of we'll use that as a rough guide, and we'll just figure out equivalents for the spells that you got prepped. Because I'd sooner just try and keep the theme of what you did. Now, for you don't have I haven't given you any cantrips, but that's because I've got Druidcraft, and then your actual damage we'll just count that as your fray dice.
Okay.
Okay. And that can count as like, the what do you call it? Any of the cantrips that you had been using. Are we missing anything else, guys? Are we
Like things that are missing from the character that are totally gone?
That are sort of essential. Like, I mean, we don't need to be tracking like, the pole and whatever else just yet. Like, I'm really interested to see just mechanically how these guys play and if this feels right.
Like the things that I don't have anything that Flurry of Blows or the stances that he would fight in, which I mean,
no, and that stuff's not necessarily that's the kind of stuff, the level of detail and the tactical decisions are the kind of like the reasons why we're not going to be using Pathfinder 2 for this, because in order to incorporate that level of nitty-gritty detail, you by necessity have to slow things down. So we're just going to assume that's just narrative stuff.
Well, the Flurry of Blows isn't narrative.
No, but the Flurry of Blows, what it means is you're doing more damage, which we've already sort of incorporated in what your attack damage does. And your fray covers part of that as well.
Right.
Yeah, so...
But it's the same for all the characters. I'm just saying that the Donk used to be DPS, and now he kind of does the same or less than all the other characters.
Yeah, but that's...
But I'm just saying, I don't stand out in any way with what I do.
No, but you think of what you can do. You're agile. You're, the part of the reason you stood out so much is because you had the first set of magic. You had the first magic weapon, so you were always doing an extra dice of damage on top of what everyone else was.
Right,
so
but also using a Flurry of Blows to make a second attack.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me think.
I mean, whatever. I'm ready to try it this way, but I'm just saying, like, I have the same or less hit points, the same or less AC, and the same or less damage as everyone else. And if this is a very flat game, then that is
sense. Kind of the way it is.
Like Badonk doesn't stand out in any way.
No, but he's not weaker than anyone though, right?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you've identified him as being not as strong or as everyone. So is there a way that he feels weaker?
I don't know. I think we all pretty much have the exact same AC except for Wervin. Right? We all have 4 AC.
Yeah, mine's 5.
Yeah. How many hit points do we all have?
Okay, this is not the way to be looking at it though. Because
you're asking him which way does he seem weak? And it's like, I don't know. He just seems bland, I guess. But we'll try it. I'm saying I don't know how the game plays.
No, and like this is sort of, if you focus on the mechanics of it alone, you're going to have a bad time, because it's just, there's not a lot of complexity to it. The complexity comes from how you play him at the table, from the things you've picked as your traits to make him stand out from the other characters. That's the way the characters are distinguished from each other.
Okay.
So I'm looking at Monk, though, to see if there's anything we can steal here.
Well, so like basically what I'm saying is Monk is just a descriptor that really has no mechanical meaning on the game.
Well, it does, because you've got... Did you take a trait in Monk?
What? No.
Or anything like that? Like...
There was no Monk trait.
No, but like we were talking about, you can come up with your own ones, too.
Right. Okay.
What kind of traits did you go with, Jeff?
Acrobat is the main one. Lucky Looter, Goblin Senses, Friend to Dogs, Sneaky Goblin, and Fleet-Footed.
Okay.
And I'm saying I've never played the game, so we'll just play it as it is. But you're asking about the characters, and I'm saying to me, this is there's almost nothing to the character.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way it works in these games. Like it's not, you're not going to have a whole list of things like that.
No, it's not a whole list. There's like nothing on the list almost. It's not that that's a long list. It's a extremely short list.
Well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything negative.
Right.
Okay, so has everyone got their stuff then? Steve, you have your spells picked, bud?
Yes.
Okay, what spells have you got?
I've got Blessing of Gentle Fortune, which gives people a buff on their rolls.
Okay.
I've got Feudatory Rights, which can disable a whole bunch of...
Hold on. Well, let's go these one at a time. So what's the first one?
Blessing of Gentle Fortune.
What does that do?
It...
Oh, did you pick from the Scarlet Heroes book?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Then you know, don't worry about it. Then if you got them from there, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, let's start with you guys in. Oh, there's one more thing I need to get you guys to write down. So I need you to write down a 2-column table on your character sheet, please. And one will be die roll, and one will be damage. So under die roll, the rows will be 1, then 2 to 5, then 6 to 9, and then 10 or higher.
Is this that chart that's on page 18?
That's right, yeah. If you just write it on your character sheet, because you will be referring to it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so I can copy it all.
Sure, yeah. So if you just copy down from page 18, that's even easier.
Thanks. Graduated damage.
Okay. Now here's how the damage works differently in this. This will be familiar for you from Godbound. So what you do is this game doesn't. You guys have hit points like whatever's on your sheet, but any adversary will only have a number. We track the hit dice. So when you're rolling damage, you're going to roll damage, and then whatever you rolled, you compare to the chart, and that tells you how many hit dice of damage you do. There will be rare times when I will be saying that you're taking straight damage or you're doing straight damage. And what that means is it's whatever the actual roll is. So what this means is, like, if you roll 1d4 plus 3, say, and you roll a 5, what you do is look at the chart. You do 2 points of damage. That means any 2 hit dice creature or less is annihilated. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep.
Dave,
Right.
Steve, and Jeff, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
You are also, when you make your attack rolls, guys, always roll your damage dice and roll your fray dice at the same time. Because that will be adding, we're always going to be adding your fray dice to some other target.
So I have a different colored D6.
Yeah, just have a different color D6. The fray dice uses the same chart, and healing uses the same chart as well.
And then we use D8s for our skills.
2 D8s, yeah, for your skills. That's also saving throws as well.
Okay. Let's get some D8s out.
I can't remember how to set.
One of the rarest dice.
Do we need 20s for anything?
Yep, to hit.
Oh, 20s.
Okay, so attacks in this, guys, are so you add 1d20 you add the relevant modifier and your target's armor class. And you want to roll 20 or higher. So, Dave, it's just like Godbound.
Right.
You're always trying to roll 20 or higher to hit something. Okay, and that. There's also a cool ability you guys have called Defy Death, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, let's venture into the Barrowmaze. So what we'll do is we'll just let's go through a couple quick little things of you guys tromping through the Barrowmaze. We're gonna assume that this is when not the Barrowmaze, but the Barrowmoor. I'm gonna assume that you guys were out and following along with Scourge, trying to locate Sir Albus's body. Still, this is before the Halloween lead-in that I did before. So let me just go to the chart here. Where are you? Come on. Okay.
Hey, Kev, what's our fray again?
Your fray is 1d6 for all you guys. Fighters get a higher one. And magic users get a lower one, but they can double it up on a single target. They can focus fire. Okay, where are we here? All right. Oh, hello, sweetie. Hi, bushy girl. Emmy came to say hi, guys.
Hey,
Hello, Emily.
Hey, sweetie pie. Emily. Hey, what you doing? All right. Where's my random encounters in the Barrowmoors? See if you guys can get some vengeance on some giant frogs.
That's what I've been waiting for.
There's a giant frog that's wearing Sir Albus's hat. Thanks, bud. So why don't maybe you guys can describe for me what sort of a strategy you guys are employing here as you're kind of searching around the northern bit. You're in the Barrowmoor, so I'll just use that table or the Mounds.
Maybe no PC death strategy.
When has that ever been successful? All right, guys. So we have. You guys are
Fighting Jason?
Yeah. No. I gotta find the stats for these guys. Nope, it's gonna be in. Okay, so you guys are in once again the Barrow Mounds, and let's take a moment to refresh our memory. It's been so long since you guys have been to Barrow Mounds. Boom, stretching out before you. What is going through your collective minds here? Hi, sweetie. As you are making your way around in the Barrow Mounds, around near the Guardian Barrow.
Well, Wes would have been out front leading the group to try and avoid dangers of the environment and to get us to one of the barrows.
What skill do you think, what I want to do is I want you to make kind of like something to model your alertness, and that'll tell me whether you're going to get a surprise on a 1 or a 1 or a 2.
Be kind of would that be I don't know.
Like, are you looking for how we're moving around?
Just kind of an
Like my perception check?
yeah, so I'm trying to get you to get ahead of your character is all.
Well, Badonk would be, sneaking around as he always does, sort of on the fringes of the rest of the group.
Okay. And sorry, Wes, what do you?
Wes is tracking. He's, near the ground, watching for pits of quicksand or animal tracks, or listening for sounds of creatures. And
Okay. So So let me try and find. Sorry, I don't know where the hell this thing is. Oh, here it is. Okay, got it. All right. So you are listening, and what you why don't you give me a roll 2d6 or 2d8 and add your, I guess, wisdom, and what trait do you think applies?
It's kind of in the tracking mode, isn't it?
I think
listening and
Nature
watching?
Guardian, I think, is probably, because that's more like, staying alert. Tracking is trying to follow a track. This is something that you would hear.
Right. Okay. So it's a 2d8 plus my wisdom plus the Nature Guardian.
Yes, please.
So that's 12.
12. Okay, yeah, that's good. Definitely good enough. So let's see here. What are Skurg and Werbin doing at this point? Wes is sort of keeping an eye out. Skurg, I guess, is maybe looking on the ground, trying to find any sign of
spirits.
Listening to the spirits. Okay, cool. Give me a Werbin, a wisdom and druid craft check, please. 2d8 you're rolling. Skurg, what are you doing?
Are we at the Guardian Barrow or?
No, I don't think you're the Guardian Barrow. You're at that one barrow that you did go, like, where he died, where that grave grass was.
Okay. And we are heading to where?
I think you're just looking around. Like, I just want to have a combat encounter and see how it goes. So I'm just trying to do some set dressing here is all. Werbin, nice. What's your bonus, Werbin? Your druid craft and your wisdom?
3 plus 3.
What's your druid craft?
My druid craft is a 1.
So what's the total then?
So 3 plus 1 is 4. 14.
14, yeah, so no problem. Okay, so you're only surprised on a 1. And Skurg, what are you
doing?
Yeah.
Well, if it's by the grave grass, he's probably looking for clues to where Albus would have been taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Badonk, would you kindly give me some kind of sneaky type check? So I'm sure dexterity is involved, and if you've got a trait you think would apply, go ahead and add that.
Yeah, I have my sneaky goblin.
Nice.
Badonk-a-donk.
I'll actually roll this in roll 20. Oh,
Sure.
Roll 20 doesn't like players.
Whatever. So wait, add dexterity as well, you're saying?
Yeah, add dexterity and your trait.
So roll 2d8 plus 4.
Nice.
Nice. Lucky
Okay.
because there's 1 in there.
Yeah, so that means you guys are only surprised on a 1 as well. Now, who wants to roll for surprise, guys? You roll 1d6.
Who
wants to take the blame?
Who wants to be the one to take the blame?
I don't know.
There it is.
Yay, there it is. Okay, so thankfully, none of you are surprised. You all hear, and Wes, you've actually heard this before. There's the rattling
Scorpions.
sound of kind of like what do you call it?
Scorpions.
Like wood kind of or porcelain kind of being ground against each other and chattering. And you do see, let's see, how many of these are there? Oh, mama. You see 4 of these things making their way through the 4 looming forms making their way through the fog. And they are only 90 feet away right now as they come through the fog, and they seem to be on you guys faster than you could have imagined. Badonk, they don't see you, though. So, guys, heroes go first. So, which of you guys wants to go first?
Skurg will go.
Okay, what does Skurg do? These things are 90 feet away. What does he want to do?
What are they exactly?
Giant scorpions.
Half-orc eating scorpions.
Yeah, they stand about... let's see here. They probably stand about
I remember.
5 or 6 feet at the back, and then there's just the rest of it sort of is around the claws that could easily fit around the waist of a half orc, and there's those nasty stingers on top as well.
You said they're 90 feet away?
They are 90 feet away, correct.
Okay. He will rip out his crossbow and he'll take a shot.
He was walking around with his crossbow loaded.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, he'd do all the things that require him to.
Okay, so remember, it takes a one round to reload a crossbow.
Well, then for sure he'd be walking around with it loaded.
Okay.
With all the dangers of the Barrowmoor, that would be silly of him not to.
Awesome. Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Their AC is a 2. Actually, they're pretty heavily armored. So you're going to add your dex bonus, your attack bonus, which is +1, and the AC. So you're adding plus whatever the heck that is.
And I don't know their AC.
No, I told you 2.
So you add
Those.
2 plus your... Okay.
Oh, wow. Nat 1. Nat 1. Okay. So you fire it, and the thing ricochets off a scorpion, and it's for sure going to come for you. We're not going to do random. It turns and is definitely coming for you. Who wants to go next?
Wes.
Wes, what are you doing?
I'm going to shoot my bow.
Okay.
And yeah.
So you take careful aim.
Yes, I will carefully aim at it and fire.
Go.
Uh,
Remember to roll your fray dice and your regular dice together.
okay. And then I have to add its armor class.
Yes.
So 23.
Nice. That's a hit.
And then it's a D8 and then my D6 fray dice at the same time.
Yes.
And,
so,
is there any,
and roll those, like just roll all those together.
yeah. And is there a bonus though?
To your attack dice, yes, you add your dexterity.
Okay.
So next time, just roll your D20, your fray dice, and your damage dice all at once.
Yeah, I've got them all here now. I just got to figure out what I'm doing here. So then with the +3, it's 13.
Don't total them. They're separate, remember.
Oh, they're
fray
separate?
dice can't. You have to apply the fray damage to something else other than your
Okay.
prime target. So what did you roll for your fray dice?
Fray dice is 2.
So that's 1 point of damage.
And the D8 was an 8 plus 3, 11.
Okay, so that's 4 points of damage. So why don't you describe for us how your arrow shoots through and kills this giant scorpion?
Oh, yeah. I know exactly how this works.
How's it work?
So Wes leans back and draws the arrow and takes a couple of seconds to aim, touches the wind just a little bit, tilts and fires, and the arrow goes straight through the scorpion's eye and comes out the back of its head.
All right, it drops down, and then you turn and quickly shoot another arrow, which does 1 point of damage to another of the scorpions. All right, who wants to go next, Werbin or Badong?
Go ahead, Werbin.
Alrighty, Werbin will run up and bash one of these things in the head.
Okay. I think if you charge, you could do that. So that will give you +1 to hit, but it'll give you -2 AC next round.
Oh, okay. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Here he goes in. Your thing charges up with power. Their armor class is a 2, so you're adding that to your dice roll. 2 plus your strength modifier +1. And then add that, and you want to roll 20 or higher. That hits.
All right.
And make sure you're rolling your damage of your staff, which is 1d8, and your fray dice at the same time.
That's my D20. My D8.
Okay.
That's my D6.
So let's see here. So what's your strength bonus there, Steve?
+1.
And +1 to attack, plus their armor class, +4. Not quite good enough. So their armor is really fucking tough. So you're not able to get through them. But your fray dice does do 1 point of damage. So you hit this one, and as you're racing in, you lash out with your druidic lightning and hit one of them. It takes 1 point of damage, and then you try and batter through to the other one, and it just is not able to get through. But Donk, you are up next. What are you doing?
It does a damage though, right?
What's that?
That's the way it worked. Steve's spray dice, even though he missed, or no?
Yes, even though you guys miss, you always can do your fray damage against another target.
Oh,
You guys
so
are whirlwinds of destruction.
with his miss?
What's that?
Did Dave do damage with his miss too?
He did. Oh, Dave. No, he didn't. He didn't roll fray dice.
Yeah, Dave. Oh, when he gets back.
Yeah.
Can you hold an action in this game?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna continue to hide in the darkness until one of the giant scorpions comes up to one, and then I'm gonna leap out of the shadows to defend my ally.
Sure. So that's absolutely what's going to happen next. So let's just say you can do that, and I'll give you +2 to hit because of your thing. And you know what I'll allow you to do, Jeff, is why don't we say you do +1 damage on your fray dice to reflect your flurry of blows. That means your flurry of blows is always doing a minimum of 1 point of damage.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, so that way, and then that will also give you a better chance of bumping it up into that 2 points of damage range.
Right. Okay, so I'll do this for the fan zone real quick. Roll 1d20. And so this is +7.
Yeah, it might, guys, if you do have physical dice, I know it's cool seeing them display in there, but it might be faster just to roll them in.
Once though, Kev, I won't have to type it again. It's
I see. Okay.
It's just
okay. So yes, you absolutely hit. So it'll be both your fray and your. Now the thing is, that your fray, you got +1 with your fray. Holy shit! 10. So you leap out, and how does one of these things go down, Jeff?
It doesn't see me coming, and I squash its head with my right between my knee and my elbow, like crack its head.
And let's see how much do you do on your fray.
So 1d6 +1.
Oh, is Dave still here?
No, I don't know what happened to him. Now he's not online at all.
Oh, he's not online at all. Yeah.
First he was disappeared, and
yeah, it looked like he was moving something.
Oh, maybe he unplugged his computer or something.
Oh, okay. So 4 is what? That's 1 point damage, right?
4 is 1. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So I think there's that one that's sort of central to you guys that you guys have all been battering away at. It's taken 3 points of damage so far. Now there are still, however, 2 giant scorpions left. One of them is going to go. Well, Skurg is cleverly hiding offline right now. So I tell you that is one way to respond to a combat encounter is just be like, unblock.
I'm disconnected.
It's certainly effective. And then, okay, so then these things come skittering in. I'm going to roll randomly against the 3 remaining heroes we have here. Actually, Werbin, you're for sure getting one on you because there's one right in front of you. And then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Werbin, you got 2 on you. They sense your druidic power. So the first one goes lashing out with its 2 claws first. Let's see here. It's got +4 to hit. What's your armor class? 5?
It is 5.
Okay, so I need an 11 or higher to hit you. One of those massive claws clamps around you, and you take 1 point of damage as this thing crushes you. And then its stinger, now that it's got its grip on you, the stinger is even more accurate, +2 to hit. Oh, this stinger sinks into you, and you take, what is that? 1 more point of damage. Now I'm going to get you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Now, to make a saving throw, you're going to roll 2d8. You're going to add your Constitution modifier. And is there any trait that you feel would apply here?
To be resistant to poison, basically?
Yes. I can think of 2 pitches that he could make.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is where the narrative comes into play.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, indeed. I think that the druidic druid's a healer and he's at one with nature and he's even spent some time in nature immunizing himself from various toxins.
Steve,
part of his training.
I'm sold. So go ahead and add that bonus to your Constitution check, and then give me a save. So roll 2d8, add all those modifiers, your Constitution, your trait, and you need to roll an 11 or higher.
So would you have also let him use that he was a stout little dwarf or what?
I absolutely would. Ooh, look at that.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
So fortunately, the poison is nothing as compared to your druidic form and your oneness with nature. Let's try to. Oh, I'm gonna shoot Dave another invite just in case he. David. Ultra David. There we go. Okay. All right. And then there is still one more that is seeking out our little dwarven friend. Two more vicious claws. Oh, and one hits. There's like they're trying to pull you in half. You take 3. What is that? 2 points of damage. And
Help, Werbin. Help, Werbin.
let's see here. And then once again, another stinger comes down. Oh, you seem to have learned your lesson, Werbin. It comes down and you're able to duck and it skitters off the other's claw. And they kind of chatter at each other. Top of the round. We've got Badonk, Werbin, engage. We've got Wes at a range. We've got Skurg hiding. Who wants to go for next? Heroes up.
Wes.
Okay.
Everybody else is being quiet and reading something. Okay, so let's roll all 3 dice at the same time. I'm going to throw back my bow, aim at one of the ones that's not hurt, and fire away.
Okay.
I don't think that's enough. It's only 16 to hit.
16 to hit is unfortunately not good enough. Man, this armor's tough. But what did you do with your fray?
I rolled a 1.
Oh, so no damage.
Nothing.
Okay, so there's another hail of arrows that fly out from our little stout halfling, but they're bouncing off of the tough chitinous hide of these things. Who wants to go next? Werb or Badonk?
Badonk will rush in to try and help Werbin.
Okay, so he pogos off the falling carapace of the one.
And he's attacking the one that has him in his pinchers.
Okay, they actually both do at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're both sort of like...
Okay. So attack.
You know like that scene in Jurassic World where like that girl's pulled in half by 2 dinosaurs?
One short.
Oh, no, did you miss?
Yeah.
Okay, so what'd you roll for damage, though, for your fray?
Fray die. 1 damage.
You know what? How does that injured one go down?
There was actually several arrows in it. I believe Dave, let's say, had both put arrows into it, and Badonk just like as he's attacking it, he's using his extra sort of blows to drive the arrows deeper into it. And one of them was actually a heart shot that would have killed it, but it didn't quite go deep enough. And when Badonk hits it, it actually pushes right into the heart of the beast.
Nice. So this thing kind of twitches and shudders and then falls down. Werbin, you're only grappled by one of these things right now. Werbin, what are you doing?
I'm going to bonk that thing on the head.
Yeah. You swing your mighty verdant staff around. So you're adding +1 to hit with that verdant staff too, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So it should be a +1 from that, +1 from your base attack bonus. What's your strength?
+1.
So +3, and their armor classes, so +5 in total to your attack roll.
Nice.
You need a 15 or higher. That is not good enough though. Bonk.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because there's only one left here, you can't apply your fray dice to it.
No.
So you batter this thing again, but it's like this thing it feels like hitting stone. You can feel the shock of it going all the way up your arm. I think that's all of you guys, isn't it? Back to the scorpions again.
And that Skurg reunites. Skurg tripped and fell, and he's caught in the muck right now.
Yeah,
and can't get himself out of the Barrowmoor.
I think what happened is he saw a trinket that used to belong to Sir Albus in this region. He looked down and noticed it, and he was sort of like he's caught up in ennui right now. All right. Oh, so this thing again brings its claws back and tries to grab you, Werbin. So you drop to the ground for a split second, and then these claws, go over you, and you've learned their momentum, and you duck out of the way of both of them. But then their deadly stinger comes down again. But you miss that as well, and poof, it hits the surface of the ground. It tears up a bunch of sod as it pulls back. And now it's back to your turn, guys. What are you doing?
Finish
There's
him
only
off,
one of
Werbin.
these things left.
Werbin, give it a shot.
Do it. He's on you.
All right. Rock and roll. Boom.
Whoa! Nice. Nice. So you pull back with your staff and swing it in. Go ahead and, you know what I'll do? Because it's a nat 20, I'll let you apply your fray damage against this one too. So give me a 1d8 roll plus your strength modifier. And so that's a 3, so it's 1 point of damage. And then roll your fray die, which is your 1d6. 4. So 2 points of damage. So you crack this thing, and there's part of its the like mandible on one side kind of collapses in, and you see like kind of bug goo is kind of leaking out, and it kind of staggers back. It tries to snap at the air with its busted mandibles. Not quite down yet. Who wants to go next?
I think Wes is going to try and beat Badonk to the punch.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
13 plus 5 plus the armor class of 2 is exactly 20.
Nice. How much damage?
None.
Hold on. For your
Oh, wait.
your
I have a
bow is
plus-
you're adding your dex modifier, right? To damage.
Right, so that's a total of 4, which is 1.
1 point damage. Okay. So it's this thing staggers back. It is now Badonk. It's still standing. It's really fucked up.
Great guy.
Fray, he can't apply the fray die against the same target. Steve could because of the nat 20.
Right. Okay, so I'll roll to finish this thing off.
Yep.
Oh, 20. Here we go.
Nice. Yep, that's definitely good enough.
2 down.
So close. Almost 4 points of damage again. So 2 points. You do more than enough to destroy this thing. What does it look like?
He rips its tail off, and it's just too much for the creature to survive at this point after the other blows it's taken.
Yeah. So you were sort of like in your tiger claw stances. Rip. Yeah. Shred. This thing staggers and sort of moves around. Disgusting gore and shit is coming out of the back, and then it collapses down dead.
Loot the scorpions.
That's not a bad idea, guys.
Do you beat it with its tail? Smack.
Because let's see here. I can actually use the treasure tables out of the game now. Finally.
So we can, are we tracking them back to their lair, or?
That would probably, yeah, actually, why don't you, because you would be out of their lair. Let's add a little narrative stuff here. How you plan to track them? I think someone was talking about tracking before.
Well, these are some pretty big creatures, and they weren't trying to be stealthy or not make tracks. So the giant claw marks that they have might have filled with some water right now. But Wes is pretty confident that his skills can, find the way back to where they would have carried back any corpses and or maybe anything shiny. And he'll use his hunter tracker skill to do that.
Yes, and I completely 100% agree. And you don't have to make a roll for that. That's something you could. It's really only, I'm going to try and only use as recommended by the game, only use dice rolls really when it's necessary.
Okay.
So let's see here.
Well, yeah. I rolled an 11. That helps.
11, okay.
If you want to give me some kind of a bonus, because it's not really supposed to be rolled, but
11 is just good enough. Yeah, so you're able to, maybe there's a moment where you think you lose it, and then you hear Wingtip kind of call out, and you look over in another direction, and then you find, okay, there it is. Okay, I'm just trying to find. It's interesting. Okay, so the result is, let's see here. No. Holy shit. There is 50 Electrum pieces.
Hey, Badonk, we found some shiny.
Nice.
Oh.
Of course we did.
There are 3 gems.
Nice. Should I use my lucky looter to see if those are good gems?
Give me a lucky looter check. If you succeed, I'll re-roll one of the ones that was unsuccessful.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So
why not?
that is
Wes isn't so good at digging through the muck and the.
2d8 plus.
We're in.
Oh, plus 2. I put 2 in the lucky looter. Oh, you need 10, right?
Yeah, you need 11 actually.
Oh, you need 11. Okay.
11, yeah.
That doesn't feel as bad.
So close. Oh, did you add your I think what would that be? Maybe wisdom?
Oh, you're always supposed to add a skill to those?
Yeah,
Or,
add a trait. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. The only ones that could possibly make that a success is dexterity. And
No, okay, I don't think it's that. Still. Okay.
Worth a try.
So you got, what did I say, 3 gems?
Yeah.
So one of those is worth a paltry 10 GP. Who is the banker here? Whoever the banking.
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Okay.
One of those is worth 25 GP. And one of those is worth 100 GP.
Nice.
Wow. We could go back and buy Helix.
We've suddenly transformed the currency as well, too, though. It's not going to say, yeah.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah.
Before we were using silver, now it's all in gold.
Yeah.
We
I'm
go
so
back.
rich, and suddenly everything turns into gold. And,
No, we buy Helix and we stop adventuring.
Okay, so then that was okay. So that's 1. Let's see if something happens on the way back.
Let's go to the chart here.
Oops, I just unmuted myself.
On the way back.
Where are you? Come on.
Hear my stupid voice in the background. And I wonder what's going on with Dave. Can someone shoot him an email?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. See what's the dilly yo with Skurg?
Compose. Kavuma. Subject. Are you okay?
Did the house collapse?
He started getting a whole bunch of pop-ups from some stuff he was looking at last night. And crashed his computer.
No. Here we go. Barrowmoor random encounters. Let's see. All right, let's really take it up a notch here, guys. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna go big here and really try and kick the tires of these guys. Yep.
Testing the system.
Testing the system. Here we go. So.
Testing. Does this bow work? I think it does.
So as you guys are after the sudden and mysterious disappearance of your colleague Skurg, you guys are on your way back. And I'm going to get Wes, why don't you give me another check for alertness. So whatever you rolled before, I think it was your Nature Guardian.
Yep.
That and Wisdom, please. Just go ahead and make
That
a roll.
Wisdom. So
yeah, 11 or higher, you'll only be surprised.
And this is a skill, right? So 2d8?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Attack rolls are 1d20. All skill rolls are 2d8. All saves are 2d8 for that matter, too.
Okay, so I rolled a total of 13.
13, yeah, definitely. Succeed. Okay, so that means you guys will only be surprised on a 1. Who wants to roll for surprise?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Skurg's not here first.
Yeah.
Surprise guy.
Let's see here. Oh, no, it's a 1d6
26.
for surprise. Oh, no, you're surprised.
Bourbon.
Oh no!
Werbin healed himself of those points before we carried on, right?
Right.
Well, let's check. Actually, good question. Let's check healing. Let's check healing here.
Because that's a function we should make
can
sure
we
works.
heal on the fly?
Dwarven
Is that-
druids do not heal. It says. I have to apply the rules as written.
Hey,
So sorry.
I didn't read that.
It's weird that they would have such a specific thing.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
It says they don't heal on weekends. This is only a Friday. We're good.
Yeah. Hey, and it's a Friday where we get an extra hour of sleep on Saturday night. That's fucking awesome.
I can't wait. It's way too fucking dark in the morning.
Yeah, really. We even it's crazy that we don't just schedule it before Halloween because for the kids to be going around and trick or treating in the dark is bonkers.
We switched to using the US switchover.
Oh, okay.
It's stupid.
Okay, so a hero who can take a few minutes after battle or another injury to bandage their wounds and catch their breath. At these times, the hero can heal up to 2 hit points of damage inflicted by their most recent fray or misadventure. How much did you take in total? 3 or 2?
I took 2.
2 in total. So there you go. You're healed up.
Back to full.
Bandage your wounds, mend your injuries. Now let's see what happens on the way back. So on the way back, guys,
We are
you
surprised.
stumble across, and I wish I could find a cool fucking picture of these things. If I'd planned ahead and wasn't such a Bush League DM, I would have. Yeah, it looks like a stuffed cat. Look out! Look out! What these things are, guys, is and you are as surprised to see them as they seem to be, because they seem to be traveling along through the Barrowmoor. And let's set the scene. Why are we not in the Barrowmoor? Boom! There we go.
Sounds like it.
Now we are in the Barrowmoor. And you guys are, making your way along, and suddenly what comes stomping out? And let's see the distance. Distance is only 60 feet away. Holy shit, you guys are almost on top of each other.
It's another group of adventurers carrying
Am I correct in thinking that it's Badonk on the edge, Werbin and Wes? Badonk, give me another stealth check, will you? Please. A sneaky check.
Stealth. So /roll.
Let's see if you got the drop on these things.
No, 2d8. What was stealth? It's
Dexterity and whatever your sneaky goblin
Right.
trait is. Please. Please.
Oh,
How'd you do?
Wow.
18.
Oh, it's on the screen. How about you read the screen, Kev? Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, yeah. So you get you're completely hidden. You can picture yourself walking along in the weeds, and what you see stomping out is 6 huge, hunched over, green, gnarled skinned humanoids. Ugh. These things stand about 9 feet tall. They have a pungent kind of like earthy, wet, earthy stench to them. You don't know how you miss this, but you seem, and Wes, you're 60 feet away. Werbin, you're probably about, I'm going to roll 1d6 and see how many feet, times 10, how many feet behind. You're 20 feet behind Wes. So you're 80 feet away from these things. As they come out and they look down at you, and their giant jaws are bigger, but they've got these weird gnarled noses and all black eyes. Like their eyes look like complete made of irises. They some of them are carrying clubs. Some of them are carrying just like big bags made of some kind of like disgusting canvas. And you can tell from the stains on the outside of on the canvas that it may be their portable larder. So these things look down, and let's roll. Because this is an OSR game, and I'm not going to cheap out on this, I'm going to roll a reaction from them. Does anybody have... Well, let's see. I'll roll and see. Oh, yeah, that's really not good. So they are extraordinarily hostile. Now, before we lurch into this stuff, Wes, actually, Wes and Werbin, I think for sure have some kind of intelligence traits that would be able to apply here. Nature Guardian, I think you could make a check on with intelligence. And Werbin, do you... I think. What are your traits again?
Druidcraft, Dwarven senses. Mining, theologian, healer.
And healer. I think druidcraft. Give me a druidcraft check with intelligence as the modifier. Jeff, does Badonk have any kind of like, knowledge type stuff that you think might apply here? Or I'm trying to figure out what these critters are.
No.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, unless there's something related to they're connected to goblins in some way, I would say no, for sure not.
No, I don't think so. What I'll let you do, Jeff, and just go ahead and make a raw intellect check. Just don't add a trait. So, Wes, how did you do? Oh, Wes did
anything. So
Wes did incredibly well. Holy fuck, Wes, you know exactly what these things are.
I rolled a 6 and an 8, and I have a +2. So
nice. So that is these. Okay, Wes, in your head these are trolls. But Donk, you look at them and you're like, frost giants. What are they doing here?
I've ever seen.
Why are frost giants here?
Frost giants in the murk.
That's... Okay, so
swamp giants.
Both of you guys rolled surprise. So there's this sort of like pregnant pause as you're all sort of looking at each other like, and then we explode into action. So heroes are up first. What do you guys want to do?
Trolls. And how many are there?
6 of them.
6 trolls?
Yep.
Shit.
West yells run.
Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Hold on.
Because there's 6 freaking trolls. I don't even want to fight one troll.
That is super cool. Okay. So let's see here. Running away.
Birdman, I hope you're fast. You got like a speedy on today? Trousers of shite and run.
Trousers of tactical retreat.
Yes, that's what I like to hear.
GTFO.
Okay. So let's see here. There are 6 of there, and there's only 3 of you. So evading party is only 3. You're half the size of your pursuers, which means you need to roll a 15 or higher to evade them, or we have at least one round of combat. So this is sort of, you can picture if you guys are all going along with the running, you all sort of turn and start racing off into the bushes, and these things kind of get them food in giant and start stomping towards you guys. And who wants to make the roll for evasion? Oh, sorry. No, it's not 15 or higher. I'm a moron. Hold on. It's a 7 or higher is what you need to roll.
Okay, that's a whole different story because I'm looking at my dice going, this is going to be really hard. I need to roll almost maximum in order to get out of here.
Yep.
Well, it's your call. You roll it. You're the one who yelled it. You roll us out of here.
Now, I'll give you one more option too here, guys. If you can give me a good narrative of what tactics you're using for each of your guys to try and put distance between you and these things, how you're trying to take advantage of the scenario, of the surroundings, any skills that you've got access to, I will modify the dice further for that.
Tip in to distract the trolls who get anywhere near one of us. Just dive in and swirl around his head and distract him so that we can get away.
Do you want to leave your bird open to attacks from a troll?
He's fast. He's fast.
You had a bunch of names for the second pet, right? In your pocket.
That's not what I'm saying that. I'm like, he doesn't have to fly in close enough to get hit. He just has to like squawk and get near enough that distracts their attention.
Okay. Yeah. So he's just going to try and keep it a distance. Okay. Give me. I'll say is. Give me a what was your animal handling thing you use?
Animal trainer is what I put.
Animal trainer,
down,
yeah,
but...
sure. And I think it'll be charisma, probably, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Are you sure it's not Dex? Just kidding. Yeah. Here we go. I did only put 1 point to animal trainer, and I got no bonus for charisma.
Okay.
But I rolled an 8 and a 5.
Nice.
So that's 13?
Yeah. So
14 total.
as this thing is squeaking down or squawking down, and again, I think Werbin, you might be the only one who speaks giant, but what you can hear them shouting out as you guys are racing through the underbrush and whatnot. Chicken! It's a chicken! Get the chicken! Come here, little chicken! So it does seem to be slowing them down. I'll give you another +1. It's now a 6 or higher. You need to roll.
Okay.
Werbin, you got anything to add?
What does my pre-scathing rebuke do? Come on here. I'll check that out. I think that I will yell at the top of my lungs and then run and attack one of these things. Or no, I'm too far away and I'm 80 feet. So I'll close the distance.
Did someone tell Werbin that you guys were running?
Steve, were you listening to any of the dialogue and conversation in the last 5 minutes?
Most of it.
Most of it?
All right.
The first thing that West yelled was, "Trolls, run!" And then I just made a check to have my bird distract them so we could get away. If you want to go in and fight, you're probably going to be on your own.
Yeah, that's not going to work out.
Werbin Sir Albus II.
So what I asked for, Steve, what I'd ask for is whether there is something you can think, if you can add a cool narrative or a thing you're going to try with one of your abilities or something like that. Now, remember, you can use Druid Craft to do kind of like small, minor, things that wouldn't merit a full spell. So, like, for instance, if you were to whisper to trees as you ran past them and their limbs started bending down just a bit to whack the trolls on the head as they're going by, if you're successful in that, then I might give you another +1.
You would allow it? Yes, I call on the shrubs and the roots to sort of try to trip them up and get tangled in their toes and so on.
Stop that! Stop them! Okay, so that sounds like a charisma check as well. So give me a charisma plus Druid Craft, and then your 2d8.
D8 is 10.
Ooh, do you have at least a +1? +1 from Druidcraft or +1 from your charisma?
+1 from Druidcraft.
Ooh, 11 is all you needed. It's down to a 4 or higher. So yeah, as these things are running along, chicken, stupid trees stopping it from chicken. Donk, what are you doing? Oh, do I hear Dave?
No,
I don't. I thought I heard Dave.
Just
No.
the wind.
He didn't answer the email either, so I don't know.
Oh, maybe his computer's fruitzed. Donk, what do you want to do to, or can you think of anything?
Well, I mean, I feel like maybe they didn't see me, so maybe I was, trying to stay in the shadows as I was running away, but that doesn't really help my allies.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
One of your things is sneaky goblin, right?
Right.
You know what might be a pretty sneaky goblin thing to do? Hang to the shadows and hit these things in the temple with pebbles as you're going along.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad, but okay, sure.
Like, you won't have to make an attack roll. You're not trying to do damage to these things or whatnot.
You're just trying to distract them.
Yeah. So why don't you give me a sneaky goblin check as you're sort of dancing and, tumbling through the trees and like, binging these things in the back of the head. If you do really well in the roll, I'll let you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So you're pegging these things, and like one of them turns to the others like, "Carl, why'd you hit me? I didn't hit you." So it's stupid trees here, chicken. All right, so it's down to I believe it's down to a 4 now. So all you need is a 4 or higher, guys.
Who wants to roll?
Who wants to make the D20 roll?
Do 4 or higher. Do
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
This is a D20?
A D20, please. Yeah. Who wants to be
Are you
responsible?
rolling? You want me to do it?
Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Dunk.
14.
14. Nice. So yeah, you guys, with the combined effort of what we were talking about too, you guys get to a point where you can hear the screeching of wingtip off in the distance, but the lumbering sound of those trolls racing through the woods after you has thankfully faded away. and you guys have escaped the trolls.
Yeah,
You're
that
welcome.
doesn't seem like we wanted to fight them.
All right.
I want to fight things, but I don't want to get turned into soup.
It still seems a
soup
little out of our current range.
Halfling soup, no good.
Okay. So, well, you guys head back to town. So now let's just, you get back to town with your money and whatever else. You're not sure where Skurg has headed off to, but you do have an opportunity to do an expedition here, guys. So let's say it's like a day or so later. You guys are all healed up. You gain your spells back and stuff like that. Morning comes. What's the plan here, guys? You guys gonna head back to the Barrowmoor? I'll get you back to trying to get to the Barrow Mounds, or are you gonna?
I say we look for that Spire.
Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah.
There was that one barrow that was stuck up higher than the others. You can see it from.
Well, it wasn't necessarily even a barrow. We're not sure what it is, right?
It was like a spire of some kind of a rock formation that was higher than the rest, and it wasn't very far from where we were at that Guardian barrow, or at the other one that we looted.
Yeah, let's go for it.
It's in the same direction we've gone a couple times. I'm pretty sure I could get us there. We should just get some guys from Osins and head out.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Steve?
Where do we think?
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm not reading anything. He's looking at
You know the camera works, right?
Russian girls in Calgary.
Right.
Yes.
Russian girls in Calgary on your phone.
Do I go with Olga or Olga or
Or Helga.
Svenja or Olga?
Svetlana is pretty cute.
Okay, let's see here.
I say we go for it.
So get some guys from Osins and head back to the Spire. Or go find it.
Let's see if
Okay.
anybody will work for us.
Let's see here. Yes, so this will. Oh yes, we get to use.
Not very
Awesome,
popular.
guys. We get to use fucking hiring stuff again. I'm so happy.
Like from a different book, though.
For a different book, yes. Because again, this is the awesome thing about using OSR games. You can grab shit from any other OSR game. It is completely adaptable. So interesting. So the only two people who are actually available right now is you walk in and you of course see Ocean. Oh, you want to grab a drink? I'll wait for Jeff to get back. Actually, do we want to take a quick? I'm out of drink too. Do you want to take a?
Sure. Quick 2 minutes.
Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, sounds good. See you guys back here.
Oh, of course, now everyone's gone.
Hello. All right. Did you ever hear back from Dave?
No, I don't know. No answer on the email, so
It could have been an emergency at his place too.
could have been
Yeah.
family.
No, I mean, hope not, right? But
Yeah, exactly. Maybe his internet actually just broke.
okay.
I don't know if you got to be able to see this, but I have an ice cube tray that makes frozen brains.
Oh, super cool.
Nice.
That's
I have one that
actually-
makes a frozen Death Star.
Oh, that's awesome.
Nice.
It's like huge. It's like a whiskey ice cube.
Cool. All right. So
Ooh.
the hi, Rick. Okay, so here's what we need to do, guys.
Guys. Wonder what happens.
Is you need to, and this will be familiar to Steve and to Jeff. So you guys need to enter into negotiations with these people because you see, as you walk your way into Ocean's Mercenary Guild today, and you see, of course, Ocean played by Bruce Willis, old Bruce Willis in our movie version of our campaign. You walk into that long hallway. Ocean is behind the desk, kind of reading something. He looks up at you guys. Kind of nods over to the left, and sitting there is a fairly young kid who is dressed in like robes similar to what you've seen Vax wear. But sitting next to him is this massive, like Rottweiler looking war dog.
War dog.
And what's the other one?
It's a kid who seems to be dressed like, he looks like he's maybe about 16 or 17, and he's dressed in the same kind of like long, he has a sling at his belt, but he looks up at you guys as you come in and stands up as if eager. You can see there's a big tome on a strap it's held in a bag with him as well too. But if you were to guess, man, he actually might be a magic user of some kind, a sorcerer or wizard.
How do you add a bonus to your dice roll, guys? Do you have to go advanced dice roller?
You can just hit /roll and then whatever the things you need, like 2d6 plus 2.
Yeah, that I just type like / roll space
2d8.
2d8, for example, space plus whatever you want to add.
So I'm going to go with / roll 2d8 plus 2. No, wrong slash.
Here, hold on. Like that.
Yep, there you go.
You see that?
Oh, I have to put a space after roll?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, / roll space the number and type of dice space the modifier. There you go.
That was Wes using his former Man-at-Arms trait to size up the
awesome.
The fighting capability of this war mage or whoever this guy's trying to be.
So the kid, he, like, just from an appearance, I mean, he's got soft hands and oh no, he's got fairly calloused hands. He looks like he's a tough little kid, but I mean, he's definitely a bookworm. Again, he reminds you a lot of Vax.
Right. And the dog?
The dog is a pretty fucking massive, it's a war dog.
It's because I've seen war dogs in war.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, this thing actually has leather armor on as well, too.
Okay,
Whoa.
so it looks relatively well trained, and
yep.
If the kid can at least handle himself.
It actually looks pretty tough as well.
I give Badonk and Werbin a kind of a nod, looking at the kid. I'm not usually the negotiator, but I'm the sizer upper.
I don't know that any of our current characters have any charisma or any
negotiating
skill
skill
in negotiations. I can befriend the dog. That might help us to get his master to
That
like
is
us.
totally a good idea. That is
You know
totally
what?
a good idea.
Jeff, if what I'll let you do is if you are able to, to win over Max,
Yeah.
I'll give you a +1 to the reaction roll.
Nice. So here we
People
go.
love that. When you walk up and you befriend their dogs, they suddenly realize you're a good person.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe this dog hates everybody, and if he likes the dog, he's gonna hate me. I know it.
Totally not.
Oh,
Ooh.
dude.
You
He
didn't
doesn't
tank
hate
it
me,
though.
but he doesn't like me.
Yeah, he's sort of indifferent to you.
Yeah, he didn't bite me or anything.
So what does this look like then? Does he go up and like ask its name, or does he forget to ask if he can pet it, or?
No, yeah, like Badonk does not address the man. He is just like talking to the dog. He tries to give it a treat because he's always got treats for Biscuit and Bone, but the dog won't take the treat, I guess maybe without his master's command, and so things are just going really poorly. The dog maybe the dog keeps looking at the man for like, should I take the treat? And because I'm not addressing the man, he's kind of not addressing me. So the dog's just sort of confused. Like,
so it won't be a penalty, but there's certainly no benefit to it. So Werbin and Wes, what this will be is it's going to be a 2d6. You're rolling 2d6, and you add your charisma modifier. You also can, if you do something extraordinary to try and sweeten the pot, like the cost of hiring this dude is, one sec here. 25 GP for the month, so it's about 1 GP a day, we'll say.
Can we pay him per day?
Yeah. So it'll be about 1 GP and 2 days minimum because of Ocean's house rule. So it'll cost you 2 GP, but you got a pretty good haul from that last that scorpion lair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be 2 GP to hire this guy. But what you could do is you could sweeten the pot by either giving him, and he's expected to get 15% of the share because he does have a class. But what you could do is sweeten the pot by either paying more or by offering more of a share or whatever to try and get other modifiers if you want them. What do you guys think?
I don't think we really want to offer more of a share.
Yeah, not really.
Wes can. Yeah.
Yeah, like this is like kind of not our character's forte, so let's just maybe not spend too much
then roll
stressing about it.
The thing is, here's the upside, guys, is even if you fucking tank this, there's no other hirelings for him to piss off.
Right. So Wes will try and take the approach of, and it's just, I've been out there, I've fought with war dogs and wizards that fought with our unit, and you seem fairly capable, and try to negotiate through his former man-at-arms skill.
Your trait.
Talk and shop.
Is your trait a +1 or a +2?
It's a +1.
+1. Yeah, I'll let you add that to it. So give me 2d6 +1, please.
2d6?
Yep.
Not 2d8? It's not a
You want
check?
high. No, this one is recruiting. You're just trying to roll high and get this guy to respond favorably to your recruiting check.
All right, roll 20. It's all on you,
Go.
baby.
Let's see.
Should have rolled my own dice.
Okay. So you walk up to him and you say that stuff, and you turn. His name is Gulrick, and Gulrick kind of looks at you, and you guys can see it. Like he's a little, even though he's got this kind of like fancy wizard's robes on, he definitely has like a peasant kind of look to him, and he looks at you, and you offer 2 gold pieces and 15% share. What you've rolled mechanically, guys, is a try again check. So the potential hireling is reluctant and needs more convincing. You must sweeten the deal in order to get an additional roll, such as offering more pay, a magic item, or other appealing suggestions. So sort of what happens is you talk to him and he's like, 15% with just the 3 of you. You get this. I think if you are really good at reading, human nature, you may guess that he's heard of your reputation.
Right. We're a little deadly to travel with.
Yeah.
That 20%. Then we need help. I think we should go.
20%?
Sweeten it up a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'll allow you to roll again.
And wait, Kev. And under his breath, Badonk is saying to Wes, he's saying, "Are you sure? You've never offered anyone 20%."
Oh.
You know what, Jeff? Give me a charisma and sneaky goblin check.
Oh, sneaky goblin.
That's some pretty good reverse psychology shit here.
So here we go.
Here we go.
Oh,
so close. So
Ay,
close.
ay, ay. Just like right under the wire on all these things.
So close.
Which means it doesn't mean that he then totally he just didn't fall for it, but he's not like he doesn't know I'm lying.
Yeah, absolutely not. Okay, so then Wes, why don't you give me another reaction roll? So it's 2d6 plus 1, please.
Is there a reroll or there we go. Just press up.
Yeah, it should be in your roll history.
Oh yeah. Does pressing up bring up your last roll?
The up arrow brings up your last.
So you say, look,
scrolls through them.
What you said that what you're going to up the amount to 20%?
20%, sir.
This kid kind of looks at you. He thinks it over. He looks down at Max and says, 20%, you have a deal. Where is it we're going?
I shake his hand and we go. We're going into the Barrowmoor.
He has a incidentally, he's got a pretty good grip for, a bookworm kind of thing. All right. So let's see what happens as you guys are making your way out from Helix. So the first 4 hours out. Let's see what happens, guys.
What was his name again?
His name is Gurlick. Gurlic. Gurlick. He is a first level magic user. So you make your way through the thick and silent Barrowmaze.
And Max is the war dog?
Max,
Sorry.
That's right, yeah.
Sorry, going through the Barrowmaze.
Yep. And you're going, actually, and incidentally, we'll talk about his spells when that comes up, but Max has +1 to hit. He has an AC of, let me think, what is that? 6. And his bite does 2d6 damage. Oh, sorry, 2d4 damage. Oh, no, hold on. His AC is a 4. He's a pretty tough little fucker.
Oh, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he only has 1 hit dice, though.
Oh, so 1 damage.
He's a war dog. I'll give him 2, actually. I'll give him 2 hit dice. And Gurlick actually only has 3 hit points. Those are just like you guys. They count damage 1 on 1. But he's a little more fragile than you guys.
Okay.
Right, okay.
So, Max has got effectively 2 hit points, but, 2 hit dice.
Okay.
And, all right. So, the first 4 hours of travel through there, Max and Gurlick seem to be equipping themselves pretty well. And let's see what happens in the final 4 hours. You pass the point where, Wes, you think that maybe those trolls had passed. But thankfully, the trip is uneventful. And from out of the mists of the Barrowmoor, you find yourself gazing on the sprawling, fog-shrouded scene of the Barrow Mounds.
Nice.
So, let's go down to the old mappy map down here, guys. You're right at the edge here. Whoops, I moved the fucking thing instead of moving the goblin. Oh, I did it again. I am just all fucking thumbs. How about I not do this? Boom and boom. Let me grab the old gobbo. The right one. There, it's the right one. Okay, here we go. So, Badonk, you guys reached the edge there. Now, where you saw that spire was, I believe, somewhere up around here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was about 2 or 3 up from the red square and 1 or 2 over, somewhere in that range.
Okay. So let me see here. You can move.
with your nature guardian at the helm, I
Yes.
can navigate you through.
All right, so each moves 50 feet. You move in. It's 200, I think you can move. Yeah, we'll say that. Okay. So you start making your way through the smaller mounds towards that larger one that you saw before. And you reach there without incident. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so I got a little better fine control over these guys.
Okay.
All right, guys. So you reach that one and you look up, and it appears as if that spire.
Wait, Kev, which of those two is the one that we've done tons of digging at?
The one that I have you at right now. That's where.
Okay, that's where we have done all that
Yeah.
previous digging with no results.
We haven't gotten in yet.
So
No.
the spire is about here, guys, where I'm pinging.
Shall
Right,
we
we
carry
can
on to the
see
spire?
it. Yeah, let's carry on.
Okay.
We've
Okay.
never been there. This is
We
exciting,
didn't bring
something
anything.
new finally.
Did we bring anything to dig? I don't know.
I'm assuming you guys did.
Yeah, we know to bring a sledgehammer, at least one, and a
Pickaxe
couple of
and
shovels.
Shovels,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
This is not our first rodeo into the...
So here's
No.
what you see, guys. As you get to here, I'm going to describe what's there in a moment. But what's here, there's another mound, significant one right here.
Like bigger than the one we're at?
Bigger than the one. It's about the same size as the one that was being excavated.
Hmm.
But as you reach
We're
this
not really
point,
at a mound, I don't
no,
think.
this is, let's see here. So as you guys walk up towards it, it sort of appears out of the fog. Let me see if it's you reach there alone. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. So you reach there, and this tall spire stretches above you. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so very happy. I was in a good mood before. I'm in an even better mood now.
You know that's not good for us.
Oh, I know. This means more fun for you guys.
Right.
Absolutely. And hold on. It actually also feeds into a joke that we were making earlier. So that works out nicely. Let me just quickly look something up here, and then I will...
Wes is making some mental notes on where all these things are so he can, like really try and focus on where his bearings to make it easier to get out here next time.
Okay. Yeah, that absolutely. You could even have a little sketch pad if you want to sort of like be mapping things out.
Yeah, because this is now like
nice.
Several times we've been out here.
Oh, for sure. So you guys reach there, and what you see is this. So this standing stone is ancient. Time has worn away some of the runes, but the others can still be seen. And a great skull, the unholy symbol of Nurgle, can also be made out atop the stone, glaring down at you guys. The runes are written in the Black Tongue, the language of necromancers and the underworld. It exalts Nurgle, the god of the dead, and acknowledges his chosen, a fanatical sect of his faith. The one passage that you can make out in this blasphemous language: life in death.
Whoa.
And at that point, you guys hear you see lumbering out of the fog. Let's see here. Oh my God.
Are you ready for some toads? Some Albus killing toads.
Let me think here. 9.
Hope it's not the toads.
Come on, Bourbon. Got to get your dice ready. Time for some Albus killing toads.
So there are. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. I looked at the wrong thing. You're right. It's toads, not frogs. There we go. Thanks,
Oh
guys.
god, it is the toads.
I love giant toads.
And Skirt comes out of the mists. No.
Shit. Yeah, that would be nice, eh?
He's chasing us the whole time.
Yeah, let me see here. Yeah. All right, so it's not. I was rolling for giant frogs. I'm like 5d8 of them. That seems like a lot.
Whoa! Wow.
Yeah, no, I was reading the wrong monster entry. Those are like much smaller, not the, things. There are 4 of these things though.
Wait, there are 4 giant toads?
4 giant toads.
We can win. You think we can win? I think we can win.
Now let's, guys.
Yeah,
let's
possible.
roll for surprise. Nobody was on guard. Everyone's sort of paying attention to this edifice here. So let's just roll. Who wants to roll the surprise dice? I think we should do it in rotating order so that we can share the
that kind of
blame.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, Werbin rolled it before, right?
So the toads are not.
Yeah, so it's me or you, Wes. Go for it.
It's
so-
just it's just a d6.
just
Yeah.
D6. Yeah.
Just don't roll a 1, basically.
Nice. Okay, so neither you nor the toads are surprised. They are a distance of 60 feet away when they come into view. They sort of like and all land there. But guys, heroes go first. Who goes first?
Heroes.
If I disagree, I think they're slightly surprised that we keep coming back to the Barrowmoor after they ate our friend.
One of them is carrying Sir Albus's Holy Avenger sword.
He's wearing a blue
I'm
scarf.
a paladin.
Like he's actually got a
Like a blue scarf around his
like
neck. Looks like Albus's cape.
Yes.
it looks like the
Oh.
end of the king pin from Game of Thrones. So we figure he's the toad of the king toad.
So
Or the hand of the
who's going first here? Be one of you guys.
Werbin.
Who wants to go?
Here we go.
Wes
He's
seems
ready.
Why is Steve rolling?
What?
Or did I
Am I rolling? I'm not rolling.
Oh, you're typing. Sorry. Wes, we know their AC.
Oh, sorry. Yes, their AC is a 7, actually.
It's 7.
Yep.
22 to hit then.
Nice.
With
Whoa, their AC is a 7.
Yeah.
2 points of damage.
Nice. And
And
what
one-
the fray?
1 point of fray damage.
Nice. So once again, you've opened up with this brutal shot. One of them kind of sinks into this thing's eye, and it slumps down dead. And you land an arrow in it, the kind of like shoulder area of a second one, leaving a vicious bleeding wound.
And Wes gives them a mocking ribbit.
Who is next?
Badonk is ready.
Okay. So they're 60 feet away, so you could easily move in 60 feet.
Okay. Then I will attack.
Whoa,
21.
that's a hit. Definitely a hit.
Okay. Oh, the first damage is
What stance is he in here?
Well, I don't know if he would have taken a stance. This is like sort of because he's rushing in. So
Yeah, okay.
he's he would probably do some kind of a leaping attack. From the way I've been describing it, I think when he's sort of jumping and fighting like that, he's a lot of knees and elbows for his attacks.
Awesome, yeah. Go ahead and what's your damage? Again, you could probably just, if you're rolling digitally, you could always just click on your damage and then your fray dice right away.
I know. I just want to make sure.
Sure. Okay, so that's 9 is 2 points of damage. So another toad goes down. How does it die?
I think that in this case he's got such a hatred for these things at this point, actually, that he's not in this case using his knees and his elbows. He just has his goblin claws out, and he just kind of tears this thing's face to shreds.
What's your fray damage?
7.
Oh. Fucking hell. So you actually kill in this flurry of blood and gore. You fucking tear apart 2 of these things.
Yeah.
I think it's so
What's that old frog in a blender joke?
Yeah. Wow.
He's in a
So
goblin
what you,
blender.
Corbin, what are you doing?
What's green and red and spins around 50,000 RPM?
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog in a blender.
Yeah.
Werbin, what are you doing?
Werbin doesn't have a lot of useful spells, so he is going to charge up his staff and go and whack one of these things.
Okay, you know what I'll let you do, Steve, is why don't we do this, is make a druid craft check with your wisdom, and if you succeed, you'll do 1d6 damage. That'll be like your, call lightning or whatever your cantrip would have been.
Okay.
That sound okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, because especially against a natural creature, being a druid, you think you would have some kind of a...
Well, he's always used range stuff before, right? So just to fill in that sort of thing, we'll just say that's what he'll do. Just so you're going to roll 2d8, Steve? No, you're rolling a druid craft check.
Druid craft check. 2d8. 16. Look at that.
Oh, so that's
+1 plus 4. So that's
so
20.
I'll let you apply your fray dice damage against this as well.
Wow.
Once again, so you're gonna roll 1d6, and actually you're gonna roll two different times 1d6.
2 different times 2d6.
Yep.
4, 1.
So actually, this only had 1 hit dice left. So what does it look like as you zorch this thing down there, Steve-O?
This wild crackling arc comes out of my shaft and out of my eyes at the same time, and then this thing just...
I'm sure I'm a child. You need to rephrase that.
I was thinking
It sounds like you lightning dicked it to death.
Kevin, that's exactly what happened. Why are you editing the scene?
What a dick job. I was just going to say a dick DM. Good Lord.
What a dick job.
So so your verdant staff, you press it forward, lightning streams from your eyes and it arcs out at this thing and just scorches this thing into the ground. It's a stinking burned heap that remains. And guys, there are no more toads around you.
Look, we do not mess around with the toads.
No.
And killed our friend.
Our henchman didn't even get to go.
No, your henchman didn't even get to go.
Well, they are like, Kev, I'm just imagining them standing there in shock. Like these 4 giant toads, like kind of just are leaping around. They're like, oh, look, some toads. And we just rush over and just shred these things.
Yeah.
In like 1 round of pure violence.
So
Steve,
you can picture it like
the last one with his druid power.
That's amazing. So before Gerlich and Max can even act, so you look back, and Gerlich has sort of like, blue arcane power sort of surrounding his eyes have glowed up, and runes began to form around his hand as he was beginning to cast a spell. And then he stops and looks at you guys and says, "Well, I guess you had that." So
and then, but Uncle will actually tell him about Sir Albus.
Okay.
And let him in on,
sure, why
we are so fearful and violent towards those things.
Sure, yeah, no, that's he completely understands. Yeah, so then that's amazing. What do you guys want to do next then? So you see this edifice to Nurgle standing here.
Do we have any means to translate the remainder of this? Ask our new wizard henchman dude.
Yeah, possibly.
Has he studied any necromantic writings?
I will say there's a 1 in 6 chance of that. No, his area of studies is on other things.
That bodes well for his long-term relationship with the group.
Yeah, really. Let's see. But hold on. Let's see if he can make.
Well, maybe he's lying to us too. I don't know.
This was a test.
He's got a +2 to his intelligence. So give me a 2d8 +2 check. Let's see if he can fuss something together. You know what? And I'll give you a +1 for magical apprentice. That's probably part of his background. So +3 in total to the roll. Yeah, he's able to piece it together. So what the other sort of runes, the ones that you guys couldn't make out, there are basically invocations to Nurgle. But he looks back, he says, "Isn't Nurgle's a dead god, though, isn't he?"
A dead god? God of the dead?
He was a god of the dead who was slain by his 2 offspring, or so the stories say.
Right. We've noticed a lot of undead in the area. And then maybe, do we want to tell them about Ossifrax?
What's Ossifrax?
Remember Skirk had that dream about the dragon and the undead and tangled with that wizard at the Herne the Hunter Standing Stone?
What? I
Remember?
don't remember this for some reason.
Skirk wanted us to fight a dragon?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy.
The guy was a follower of Ossifrax, and Ossifrax, I think, is the dragon, if I remember what Skirk said correctly.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And Ossifrax is some kind of god of necromancy and undead or something.
Give me I'm getting feedback or an echo from somebody.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Steve, do you have your Roll20 muted?
No.
There you go. Okay, perfect.
Is mine muted?
I'm getting I'm getting echo from, maybe yours isn't muted either. You might want to mute yourself.
Okay.
Wait, is mine not? No, mine is. Okay.
You're doing it to yourself.
Yeah, it's my fault. Well, I got headphones on too, so there wouldn't be an echo.
No.
Oh, then I don't know why it's doing that.
How do I mute myself again?
Just go on your avatar.
Yeah.
And you should be able to click. Should you be able to click on the top left there?
It's not working.
Oh, sorry, bottom. Wait, no, that's to move them. I don't remember. If you go to the right, the cog on the right, though, you should be able to turn off.
I believe I have mine just permanently turned
Yeah, to
off.
video only. I want to broadcast to others, receive from others, video only.
I'm set already for that.
I don't know why we're getting... Oh, Steve, it might be your mic is too sensitive right now. You don't have your headphones on, do you?
I don't. I can't find my headphones, unfortunately.
So would you mind maybe, Steve, just muting?
So,
Muting? Okay.
Yeah, muting yourself while you're doing, because that's where we're getting the feedback from.
Sure. How's...
There we go.
is this?
Yep.
I don't get any feedback now.
Nope, that's
Okay.
the reason. Yeah. Okay. So what I was going to say is, why don't you give me again a 2d8 plus, and actually I'll give you a plus 4 to this one. This is going to be how much Gerlich knows about history.
Okay. $2d8, just plus 4.
Plus 4, yeah.
Right, Gerlich.
Whoa.
He's a historian.
Okay, so he turns and he says, well, no, that's Ossithrax pejorative was not a god of the undead. It was a black dragon, an ancient and powerful creature that haunted these swamps centuries ago. He was a terror for generations, but none know what happened to him. Someone assumed that he died in here, or perhaps like so many powerful dragons, he just sleeps and awaits to awaken. You say your friend dreamed of Ossithrax?
Yes, he ate some magic mushrooms.
And he tripped out.
Well, if he... that's quite troubling. A pillar to the... or an edifice still standing to the god of death, and a dreaming dragon. Things seem quite problematic. Things seem. Sorry, that sounds way too fucking lawyerly.
Should we take down this standing
That is a
stone?
dire portent for the people of this region.
Indeed. Should we knock this standing stone down, or does defacing it? Does it standing have any power? I don't know.
So I think that this would be hours of work and probably not particularly safe. You guys don't have any cranes or anything like that, so you'd have to like dig out the base to try and get it to collapse, and it'd be difficult to control how it went down and whatnot. So
okay, so
it's only the four of you plus the dog at this point, right? So
yeah, we can always come back to destroy it some other time.
Yeah.
Shall we carry on to the? Sorry, my lights just flickered and went off while I'm sitting here. And now it's
Ooh, it's Ossithrax.
It's now flickering and going
You
off.
heard.
And now it's on. This is creepy.
Ossithrax.
No, really, this is
The
creepy.
dreaming dragon awakens.
Yeah. So let's go to the other barrel. Wes is like, okay, this is like creepy. Let's leave.
Okay. So where are you? Are you headed up to that? What you can see from here. Actually, the closest is right up here, actually. And the barrow right up here.
Okay.
Let me draw a
There's
shape
really
here.
not much to get from this thing we found.
No.
No, but it's got
Other than
incantations.
creeped out.
Incantations to the god of death. So
Well, are there such a thing as TNT or explosives or explosive magic or anything like that in this world? Like, could we
No.
consider-
Again, like the sort of setting.
I'm not saying that we're doing it right now, but it's something we could come back to do.
maybe our alchemist could rig something.
Yeah,
You know what? I mean, Werbin, I think, could probably speak to this a bit, but Werbin knows of some dwarven alchemy that has been used to do things like, blast mines and things like that. So it's
Okay.
not known. It's certainly not a commonly known thing, but it
Just
might.
thinking, this could be something we could come back to do.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Maybe with the help of Skurg and his alchemical stuff.
Yeah, maybe between Skurg and Werbin, they could figure something out.
It was just funny. I have.
Are you playing musical chairs with our icon?
I moved myself by accident. I didn't know I could do that, and suddenly Jeff was over me. I'm like, why is there only 3 people here? And it's because I started fucking around with the avatars. I didn't know you can move them individually. That's amazing. Look at this.
Hilarious.
Boom, you're over here. Boom, you're over here. Steve, Steve, oh my God, you're moving.
I can't move them.
I think I'm the host of the game.
He's the master.
This is, oh my God, this has changed my world now. My goodness.
You can put us in marching order on the right now.
That's true. That's absolutely true. That's amazing. Okay. So,
nice for the viewers, I guess.
yeah, I'll love it. I set it up all central like that. So that's pretty cool. Neat. You learn something every day.
Okay.
Okay. So
carry
you
on to
guys
the next
set
barrel?
off to that next barrow. Let's see.
We're actually doing something. This is kind of fun rather than being stuck in game mechanics. I'm just going to point that out.
Yeah.
We've already
It
had-
feels like we're accomplishing instead of
Spinning. Well, I guess we're going back to the fucking town again. Okay, so
Yeah,
I will.
just
You know what? I'll
retired.
mark. I'm gonna let me just before I go away from here. I'm gonna mark this with a. Here we go. A black edifice. There we go.
not that we don't mind the town stuff.
No, the thing is, there's absolutely nothing preventing us from doing the town stuff too.
Right.
The barrier that I found with that by using Pathfinder
We just
2
could
is that
never get going.
Yeah, it's just that as soon as you have combat, it immediately grinds to a halt. And it's not that combat isn't interesting and exciting, in that it takes for fucking ever.
Yeah.
So it's the side, and it's the price you pay for a fairly complex, combat system. So it's not that it's inherently bad. It's just that if what we want to do in this game is explore and learn more things about the Barrowmaze and explore, and get treasure and shit like that, then we need a game that minimizes maximizes that opportunity and minimizes the other shit.
Would have fit really well with the game that I was proposing to run.
Oh, totally. Yeah, there's Jeff. This combined with a little bit of Godbound and maybe even a little bit of what do you call it? Stars Without Numbers. You could make a really fucking badass modern day game with special abilities and shit like that. Okay, so you guys make your way to this. This is a Barrow mound, which may not be terribly surprising, but as you approach it, an overgrown pathway lined with small stone cairns leads towards this large central mound. And I get to make my first thing here, guys, where I show you an illustration from the book. That is amazing. This is
like an illustration from the Barrowmaze book that we've been using for all this time?
Yes, it's the first fucking one we've used in 18 sessions.
Wow.
So
I didn't even know there was special images.
I know. I'm going to stop sharing screens. I'll come back to this in a moment, just so I can use my full camera here. I'll have to turn the camera off for a second, and then back on. Oh, come on, you silly, silly thing. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm stuck in. Let me refresh this. Maybe I'll get my camera working properly. Yeah, here we go. Okay, guys. So this is, oops, oh, I've lost my spot. This is what it looks like.
Hey, cool.
It's the image from our cover page, kind of.
I think it's from our Roll20. No, there's actually a different one from there, but that's what you see.
That looks like either a claw coming out of the ground or the top of a crown.
Yeah. It could be one or both.
Or something else, too.
Ooh, okay, so let me get back to sharing screens here again.
I just had an epiphany.
Oh.
About
Did it hurt?
A potential game.
About a which game?
About a potential game.
Ooh. I like. Okay, so let me swap back over here. Yes, that's working right. Okay, so I got to refresh this again to get my thing back up, which will give you an opportunity to find my page again. So what you saw was that that pathway leading up. The mound is encircled with standing stones. Oop, and I got to move us back over here. There we go. I'll scroll down to the actual standing stones here. Nice. We go. There we go. This has changed my world knowing I can move the avatars now. Whoa, my goodness, what a difference. Well, it's also I can position you guys so I'm as close as I can to the camera too. So I'm looking at least as close up as I as is reasonable. So the mound is encircled with standing stones. A large stone door rests face down, broken in two, in the long grass of the entranceway. The area is littered with skulls and bones. A foul smell emits from the interior of the mound, and the darkness beyond is black as night. What do you guys do?
Well, so is it a foul smell that Badonk likes or a foul smell that he dislikes?
I think it's probably a foul smell that you guys have likely smelled in other, in the Guardian Barrow, for instance. And it was this is even more powerful, even more strong.
Oh, so it's like a necromantic
nastiness.
Smell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Necro-nasty.
What do you guys want to do? Do you want to approach the Barrow?
Absolutely.
Werbin, are you ready?
Oh, you might be.
You're muted, Steve.
He's muted, yeah.
Let's rock.
Let's rock. I thought that's what I saw.
All right.
So,
awesome.
Who is taking the first tentative step into this open barrow.
Scarlet.
I will use my sort of skill in the spiritual realm to reach out my senses and my druidic senses, or dwarven senses. Okay, never mind. All my druidic senses, and try to sense if there are any nearby ghosts or undead.
Are there any ghosts? And you hear this voice come back saying, "No, no,
No, we're not here.
It's perfectly safe. Bring your delicious life force down here." Werbin, why don't you give me a 2D, so a skill check, but let's add wisdom and druidcraft to that. Let's reach out with your natural senses and see what you can pick up there. Whoa! Jeez. Steve, your dice are on fire tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, feel better.
Feeling better. So, yeah, you reach out and whoa, you almost immediately are overwhelmed by the sense of necrotic rot and black death magic. Like this whole place has that smell of that. But this is the difference between, like, you know, and you can feel it like washing over you in this oily kind of metaphysical kind of way, where you know, the difference between being caught in a sun shower and being caught in a torrent. There's some powerful juju down in that barrow.
I mentioned that to my companions.
Badonk says, "Yeah, I can smell it."
Points to his nose.
And you know what? No, Badonk says, and you know what's always hanging out around powerful juju? The good loot.
That's awesome. Okay. So the entranceway is about 10 feet wide and about maybe about 7 feet tall. And it's just black inside. Those with goblin and dwarven senses, however, you can see that there is a stairwell descending into the mound.
I asked our wizard henchman if Gundrick, if he wants a sun rod to carry, or if he can create some kind of light.
He says, "Most kind," and he gestures, and this light flashes. Where would he have it? He doesn't have a staff. Maybe he just takes out a coin, I guess, and like gestures a copper coin, and it flashes with light. He says, he sort of gestures to the stairs.
Yes.
Tosses down, tink, 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 tink. As it goes down, it comes to rest at the foot of the stairs. This stairs only goes down about, let me see here.
Badonk tells him, "Now is the time when you must be very careful."
Ooh, it's actually a pretty big area inside. It's about 60 by 60. And there are 4 huge stone columns that support the structure. And between the pillars, there's an old, rusty, 6-foot-high tripod with a block and tackle suspended over a hole in the floor, and a rope descends down into darkness. I am going to turn off my camera once again so I can show you picture number 2.
Nice.
We have 2 pictures. This is not just a 1-picture session, guys. We got a 2-picture session.
I think we've actually found something for the first time in 17 games. Or 18 games.
Oh, come on, you. Work with me. Work with me. Stupid camera. Work with me. Come on. Well, that's refreshing. Let's see if I can start this up. And hey, disco. Okay, so.
Is this right out of the Greg Gillespie's Barrowmoor Complete or Barrowmaze Complete?
Yeah, this is all out of the stuff. The book is like it's hilarious that we've gone 18 sessions and have made use of about 6 pages of stuff.
Oh wow!
Like,
right, it's this awesome book we're using to run the adventure, and we're not even in it. Basically.
No, so let me see if I can. I'm gonna try and cover up the stuff you cannot see yet. Oh yeah, there we go. That'll work. So check it out, guys. This is what you see.
That's awesome.
Isn't it cool? I'll keep talking so that you guys can keep seeing it here.
And that's where we want to go.
That is leading down. That, to your hungry eyes, appears to be a way down in to the Barrowmaze.
Oh. Is that what we're assuming this is, Kev? The first actual entrance to the Barrowmaze?
It is the first entrance you guys have found to the Barrowmaze proper.
Nice. And our characters would assume this.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Because that's what's located beneath the mounds is the Barrowmaze. And it's said to be there's an entrance somewhere, multiple entrances, they say. But this is the first one you have found. An actual, honest-to-goodness entrance to the Barrowmaze.
The dog is literally like salivating.
That's awesome. Okay, let me just we'll turn my camera off again. I'm going to share screens, and we'll get back into Roll20 again. So if I thought we were, well, I mean, I should have had more fucking foresight on this. If I'd realized we were going to make so much great progress, I would have loaded these up into Roll20. I will for next time.
Sweet.
Full show. Okay. So you guys find yourself staring down into this block and tackle with a rope leading down into what looks like into the Barrowmaze. This room, the floor. Oh, no one's camera's working right now. Let me try refreshing.
You.
I think it's the error on my end here, not you guys.
Like everyone, I can still see everyone's camera on my end.
I can see Steve's camera. I cannot see Wes or Badonk.
Well, that's because Badonk turned into a giant steel golem.
Yes.
It's his other power that we didn't discuss.
Steve, Kev, it's fucking bullshit that my guy can't turn into a giant golem anymore.
Yeah, come on.
You could do that in Pathfinder.
That's Colossus merge.
Yeah, exactly. I took one level in Russian Mutant.
It's Karn. It's actually Karn from Magic the Gathering.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so I can't seem to get your two cameras working again for some reason. Because I don't know why. It hates me.
I'm just expecting to relog into the game. It was frozen.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, Jeff, maybe try refreshing yours as well. Let's see if that makes a difference. I can see Steve moving. Steve, give me a little dance here. Yeah, there you go.
Steve is muted, but there.
Yep. He likes the nightlife. He likes the boogie on the disco.
I'll just do this. I don't know if I'll lose all my rolls. Did that do anything? It's not responding.
Uh-oh. It's that time of night. Roll20 can't even take the amazing discovery of...
no, Roll20 is like, whoa.
I'm in.
Shit. Okay, so
can you refresh?
as you guys go down too, what you notice?
I'm just waiting for it. It's rolling and rolling and rolling.
I'm in if you want to refresh, Kev. I don't know if that helps.
Oh, sure. Let me try again.
You know what? I'm going to just do
boom.
this.
Let's see here.
Oh, snap.
Did it work?
Roll20 died.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, you're gone. Gone, but not forgotten. Boom. Okay,
No,
I got Dave back.
It's just because I closed it because I got tired of waiting for it to
Badonk back.
not respond.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I still don't have you there, Jeff. I have your...
I can see Steve, but that's it.
Yeah, I can see Steve and Dave. I just cannot see you on mine for some reason. But anyway, let's... What are you guys going to do here? So this... the floor itself also as well. Hey, you're back, Jeff.
That worked.
Nice. So,
All right.
as you guys are making your way down, what are your traits again, guys? Warbin, not yours. I'm wondering about Wes and Badonk.
I would probably be using Sneaky Goblin, and literally looking everywhere for loot using Lucky Looter. Like he thinks that like the maze is going to be like a treasure mother lode. So his, like I said, he's salivating. His eyes are sparkling. He is like, oh, we've hit the big time, boys.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Like
Uh,
nobody
So good.
gets here. Nobody
I
gets
hate
down
to
here.
break it
Like,
to you, but the door was open. That meant somebody's been here.
oh, they're dead, and their dead bodies are going to be covered in loot. We are good.
This most optimistic goblin in the world.
So
when
there
it
are
comes to treasure, yeah.
around on the floor, guys. There are bones that litter the floor, and there are. It looks like booted footprints and other tracks that are here. And Wes, I think you've seen enough of these shamblers. It looks like the dragging and kind of unsteady gait of the Walking Dead. Or the
Yeah.
Risen.
Remember the Risen Dead we fought? Yeah. This tracks kind of look like theirs. So we got to watch out for some undead here. Hope you're good against undead. Gerlich.
Gerlich looks and he says, I'm no necromancer, but I won't be, I'll be earning my share.
Fair enough. This is going to be potentially a big haul, so you'll earn your keep. We just got to do your part.
He looks
Hey, Kevin.
down and he says, how are we going down that?
We are going down there.
We are.
Okay, so the rope currently drops down into darkness. Werbin and Badonk, you can make out kind of like in black and white with your respective racial vision. But Gergen says, I can only this Dweomer I can only keep active on one item at a time.
That's
Fair enough.
fine.
Wes has like 4 sun rods.
Okay, so you strike a sun rod and you hold it up above you, and it's lighting the room. So then Gergen lets go of his coin and drops it down, and it goes down, and goes down about 35 feet
The
before
camera
hitting.
follows the coin as it flips through the air.
Yep, and then it finally hits the floor, which is seems to contain rubble, bones, and it seems like you are at the apex of a vaulted ceiling that has been broken through.
Oh, the treasure room. Badonk, the treasure room.
The place is dark
I sure hope so.
and very quiet. What do you guys want to do?
We should lower the
Badonk is
dog
like,
down.
no, Badonk is like heading down. He's ready to head down the rope.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'll go down with you.
I'll check it out.
Okay. Give me one
I can
second.
climb like a monkey if you really want someone to go down there quick and easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So can I probably with my acrobat skills. So probably the two of us could climb down there very easily.
How about Werbin?
I'm I'm a survivalist. I can climb down a rope.
Urban.
Werbin Crockett. Climbing down a rope in the barrow.
Okay. So
Okay, that's our order then. Badonk, Wes, Werbin, and then the wizard. What's he gonna do for his dog? Is his dog gonna stay here and guard?
Yes, the dog will stay up here.
okay.
I'll leave Wingtip near the entrance.
Okay. Wingtip sort of lands and because it shakes.
Badonk asks if the dog knows to run away if there's trouble. He's worried about the dog.
You have your dogs?
You know
my
what,
dogs won't
Jeff,
even come in the barrow. So
Yeah, give me a charisma and what is it, friends to dogs or something like that?
yeah. So
Check,
which is
yeah,
just friends to dogs. I don't have charisma.
Let's see here.
None of us have charisma.
No.
No.
So you start walking towards him, and you're about to talk to him about the same way that you do it to Biscuit and Bone, And then Max kind of looks at you, and again, like the size of this fucking dog is probably like he's looking at you. You don't have to bow down whatsoever. You can walk up to it and see it look right in the eye. And he, as you get closer, you're like, look, you gotta. And this dog growls, and you're like, just do whatever you want. Pinwheel on your ankle.
And then I look down at Biscuit and Bone, give them their treats, and like, you guys know, run away, run away.
And the two of them look up at you, and their little tails are, wagging back and forth. Okay, so I'm just trying to find.
I communicate to Wingtip with whistles and hand signs. So.
Now you're not going to be able to make anything out of this anyway, but I just want to give you an idea of what you're in for here. Okay, this is only half of the Barrowmaze.
Nice.
Wow.
So if there's only 5 gold per room, Badonk. Just kidding.
Oh, forgive me. That's 1/4 of the Barrowmaze.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's amazing. There's so much stuff.
Are you ever supposed to find anything?
That was fantastic.
I guess it doesn't matter what you find. That's
like mechanically wise, it's incredibly well laid out. Like the game, the book, I should say, was specifically written to be run the way we do it, where I'm not like fucking memorizing stuff ahead of time. I'm just going to the book and reading it out of it.
Right.
And the tools that you've got for like random encounters and stuff like that are all really easy to find. So it's a really fucking stellar product. Okay, but however, enough of the sales pitch here.
Greg Gillespie, we love it. It's awesome. Yeah. Now that we can actually do things with a proper gaming system, we're in the maze. We're in the maze.
Okay, so you guys,
we will be as soon as we slide down this rope.
Oh, because I got to show you this one too, because this is just great. I'm not going to bother to but check out the adventuring party making their way down into the maze.
Oh, that's not burn him at the stake. That's
this is how you. This is the room you guys find yourself in.
Wow,
that's cool.
Isn't that awesome? Yeah, I
right,
love the art in this. It's so great. It's so evocative. So, the old rusty block and tackle attached to the tripod on top there. You guys tie yourself off and then lower yourself down on the ropes. I think that with you know what? I think that it's just a raw skill check. I'm going to make what's his name, Gergen, make a save because he does have +1 because he's actually a little stronger than, like I said, than he looks. For you, the players, to know he's actually a stable boy before. But let's see. Someone give me a check for Gergen, please.
Okay.
2d8 +1. There we go.
You rolling, Dave?
I tried to use my up thing, but it because I logged out, it doesn't have it there.
Oh, okay.
Oh. What is it? 2d8 +1?
Yes, please.
Oh, you got it.
Nice. Yeah, so he slides down like a fucking pro. Wes is you're feeling really good about your gut feeling about this guy, and you're feeling okay to spend an extra 20% for his haul.
That was only for extra 5%, really. He was asking for 15.
Yeah.
And secretly, the way I was looking at it is, if he doesn't survive, we don't have to give him 20%. So
this is true. So you can see, looking up, you can see at the top of the hill, the hole. Once you guys are all down, there are first just 2 little heads poking down, and then a third going down. You see Biscuit, Bone, and Max looking down at you guys. You look up. All right. So this room is where is it here? Maybe I should have kept my hand on the map instead of letting it go. Okay, so this room is about 30 feet by 30 feet from on the west side of the wall. There is a pile of rubbish, rubbish, I guess, and rubble. There's a smell that just permeates in here that is of dampness and death. The room has partially collapsed along the western wall, so the interior of this room has collapsed in, as if the walls themselves are being are swallowed again by the earth itself. Ceiling is vaulted and 35 feet high from the floor. On the walls there are worn frescoes of burial processions leading to a barrow mound, and they line the walls, just repeated again and again and again along the walls. Bones litter the floor, and booted footprints can be seen heading east, where a corridor opens and leads away. There's one more. Oh man, we got another illustration. God dang. It's a fucking abundance of riches.
Now, Kev, was there actual rubbish or was it rubble?
It's rubble. Yeah, not rubbish.
Okay,
so hold on here, guys.
Rubble,
Yeah.
then I ignore it. If it's rubbish, then I'm going to use my lucky looting and actually go through it.
Because
You guys
one
can see-
goblin's rubbish is another goblin's treasure, right?
Guys, I'm going to see here. I'm going to roll randomly to see who gets this. 1, 2, 3. It'll be 4, right? Because you got Gurgen down here as well. 1, 2, 3. Wes, you're looking around and you're looking at these faded designs or these faded frescoes of the burial processions. And then you see that there's a part where someone has scrawled something on the wall, graffiti. And it simply says, "They are coming."
Oh shit, we've heard that before.
I get a shiver down my back. I just immediately start to feel creeped out. And I go, "Hey, Badonk, Werbit.
Huh?
Remember when Sir Albus, remember when he came to me outside the stable that night? Remember what he said? They're coming." And I point up to the graffiti.
You guys can both read it. It's in common.
Maybe this is where he wanted us to come. Maybe this is a sign that we're heading towards the really good treasure.
Or maybe this is where the bad guys are coming from.
Badonk's singular focus is amazing.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm just going to try and hold this up to the small camera here because we keep going back and forth. This is what you see as you look down the corridor.
That's awesome.
I
That's
love
great
it.
art too.
Yeah.
Wow. Sold.
And just like the Barrowmoor above, this place is deathly silent. Everything you say, every step you take, echoes.
Every move you make.
Yeah, they're watching you. Sting is in the corner.
Hey, Badonkadunk, do you have that throwing hammer with the glowing zombie smasher head on the end?
Oh, yeah, I probably would still have that.
Yeah, because you were going to keep that until you could sell it or something.
Yeah.
Yep. So that would be a +1 hammer. That to me, I think it's going to be a light weapon. So it'll be 1d6. You can add your dex or your strength. And the magical ability is that it's returning.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, what did you say it was? 1d6?
1d6, yep. It's a light weapon, so you can either...
so it would be my normal roll. So it's 1d20 plus 4.
Yep.
You want me to smash? Oh, nice.
So 1 + 1 for the hammer, +1 for your attack bonus, and then whatever your bonus is?
Whatever your either dex or strength, you can add either because it's a light weapon.
So it's the same as my other one. It's 1d6 plus 4 then?
Yep.
Or wait, no.
Like your attack bonus is probably 5 if you have an 18.
It will be +4, yeah,
dex
because +3 from your dex. Your dex is an 18, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so +3, +1 from the magic. So it'd be 1d6 +4
That's your damage, yeah.
damage.
And your attack roll would be a +5, right?
Oh, it should have been +5. Yeah, okay, so it was a 22.
That's what I was saying, because you also get a +1 attack bonus for your base class
Right. But it's 1d6 plus 4
damage.
damage. Oh, nice. Didn't quite get to the 4, but pretty close. So it's 2 damage.
Okay. So you've got that swirling magical hammer on your belt as well, too. And the sprawling corridors of the Barrowmaze lie before you. What are you guys going to do?
Go get some treasure.
Yeah.
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 The dog is pumped.
Treasure.
So
treasure.
you guys can head straight. The corridor leads through that archway, and it leads forward for about 10 feet. And then you have an option of going to your left towards a door about 20 feet away, or carrying down the corridor where a doorway is. The corridor goes straight down for quite some way. And then on your right, there is another door. So the most obvious, what I'll do is I'll load the map into Roll20 between now and the next session.
So that we can kind of just...
Yeah, so I'll just unveil it as we go.
So let me just say it again. So through the arch, we can go about 10 feet and then either left or right.
Yeah, so the entrance, the room you came down in, the entrance there was a 30 by 30 square, or 30 by 30 room. All of these, the squares, you can basically use as 10 feet in this. You can assume that, so to make it easier for mapping. The corridor, it leads 10 feet out before then the corridor turns north for 20 feet, where it reaches a door. And then the corridor carries forward for at least another 10 feet. And on the right side, there is a door. And that door on the right side, on the south side of the room, that's 30 feet down from the first room you were in. So do you guys wish to continue down the corridor? Do you wish to turn to your left and go to that first room? Do you wish to try and open the door on the right?
Can I track to see where the footprints went? The last people who came through?
Sure. Let me see here.
Badong thinks we should turn left. He says, left is always right. It's an old goblin tradition.
Okay. So you can... why don't you give me a tracking check, will you? I think this place is just... I'm going to ratchet the difficulty. Oh.
Not very good check.
Yeah, it's weird. You know what? It's almost as if this place is trying to confound your ability to try and track, too. There definitely is a feeling of unnaturalness down here.
And I haven't been tracking indoors for a while. I'll have to brush up on some of the signs.
Yeah. Okay. So you're heading to your left?
Yeah. Well, that's Badong's suggestion.
Hey, if left feels right, then let's go straight. I mean, let's go where Badong said to go.
Okay, we'll check the room on the left.
What is your marching order, guys?
I think it will be very hard to keep Badong out of the front now that we are inside the maze.
I love it.
So, Badonk, Werbin, Wes, Lizard?
Yeah.
And he's last?
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming that we haven't, we're not going to get attacked from behind, he's probably safest there. And if he's anything like Vax, his spell stuff probably has long distance.
Okay. So what happens is you head down and you get to the door. 1 second. I'll see if there's something about the doors.
No, I just want to remind you, Kev, that you gave the wraps that I'm wearing righteous as their effect.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They glow when undead are nearby.
Oh,
Not that I'm saying there's undead. Remember.
They're pretty much glowing all the time, then, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Since we come in here? Okay, interesting.
Okay, so you get up and there's this solid wooden door, and your gloves are glowing at this point. It's undead within 20 feet, right?
I don't know if you told me the distance, but
I think I read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, they would. No, actually, they're not glowing at this point.
Okay.
Do they glow blue like Frodo's sword?
They can glow whatever color Badonk wants.
Okay.
That sounds pretty cool, though.
Yeah, I like blue. Hmm.
I kind of like this character system, just so you know. It's kind of fun.
It's like I said, I had a lot of fun with Dave running something that the next iteration of this approach of game for Godbound. It was fucking awesome, and I really the games that so the guy who wrote this game is a guy named Kevin Crawford. He wrote Godbound as well. He wrote a game called Stars Without Number. And like every single one of them is super fucking cool. Like you read it and you're like, there's so much cool stuff I could do with this. And each of them gives so many really useful and cool sandbox tools for playing on this kind of like improvised, like making it randomly adding stuff in, and to make it easy for a DM to run things in that way. So yeah, I am a big fan of his output.
Nice.
What about you guys, Steve and Jeff? What do you guys think of this so far?
Yeah, I really like the system. Not to say anything bad about the Pathfinder lovers out there, but I don't know. I wasn't really looking forward to another, Pathfinder version of this adventure, but this has been really good.
And it's I don't think it's that Pathfinder is a bad system.
It was just bad for what we were doing.
That's absolutely right. It's a matter of right tool for the right job, and I just don't think it's the right tool for that job.
No.
What we're trying to do here, right?
Now, had you been doing? We can talk about this later, but have you been running like a campaign where the same people show up every time, and we just carry on from where we left off? Would that have been different?
If you were running an adventure path, I think that Pathfinder 2nd Edition is a superior version of that particular type of game. It's just that we'll talk about when we get to the end here, but like there's a lot of things that I feel we've experienced in this session that I think are reasons why I've been leaning more and more towards wanting to run OSR games with very, not simple, but just like streamlined rules. And letting this stuff of what's happening at the table, of us interpreting and adding stuff in to tweak shit as we need to fit the story that we're trying to tell, but still be able to take advantage of the the combats in this. This is what I was talking about before, Jeff. Is that like so much of what's happening at the table is what gives it the necessary flavor. It's not what's on the sheet. Right. And even though you and Wes are really kind of doing the same like type of attack, same type of damage or whatnot, I think that they both felt really different in combat, though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And that's a big credit to you guys as well, diving into the role playing, right?
Right.
So, anyway, as you make your way down, there's this door, and Badonk, I'm guessing you are the one who's going to open the door.
Oh yeah, I mean, actually, no, that's not true. We have a magic user with us, and Badonk is aware of magical traps.
Okay.
He may be eager, but he's not stupid. So, before he would open the door, he would, look at the wizard and say, hey man.
Okay.
Look, I want the treasure. I don't want to die getting the treasure.
So he steps up. He closes his eyes and then opens them, and there's this blue glow that has replaced what he says, and he speaks a couple echoing magical words, and this blue series of runes appear around his hand, very similar to what Vax does. And he studies the door and lets them fade. He says, "There is no magic on this door."
You want me to check it for conventional traps?
Sure.
No.
Do you have a trait that you think might apply apart from your wisdom? Yeah, I think Scourge definitely might.
Halfling stealth that's kind of like thiefy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
No, I don't think so.
No, okay.
I'm a thief.
Wervin might have something like just being a dwarf. Like
Scourg has that.
mechanically, he might be able to
Chime
see if
opening.
there's. He might know more than basically.
What I will let Werbin do is, because of his mining profession, you could see if there's like any kind of unusual things in the stonework around here. You want to try that?
Right, that's what I mean. Like, see if there's something obviously mechanical.
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't be able. Like whatever might be going on with the door, he wouldn't be able to detect with that. I don't think. But if there's anything in if there's
Well, like
hidden,
if the floor's going to drop out from under our feet, or
exactly
the wall's going to fall on us, or something.
Werbin, what is your what's your wisdom modifier and what's your mining trait?
Wisdom is +3 and mining is 1.
Mining is 1. Okay, so it's +4 to your roll. Okay, so you look around and you kind of study the walls, and it's really weird. Like, this is obviously not dwarven design. This is you can tell this is. I mean, it's old. So you're, and this is the level of input you're getting based on the roll I just got for you. You're like, it's old, and it's not dwarven. You quickly realize that it doesn't seem like Werbin may have much to add to this.
But he tried. And
So we look back to Badonk. Badonk, do you open the door?
Absolutely, he opens the door.
Okay, so you throw the door open. What you see inside is a...
Badonk's got wait, quickly before you open the door. Badonk's got the goblin equivalent of, doing the cross before he opens the door. He's like,
nice.
Got this little, incantation that he does, and it's sort of wipes his brow and, turns his pockets inside out and, does something before he opens the door.
Okay. So then you open the door. And what you see before you guys is a 20 by 20 room. The wall continues flat along this entrance, but it stretches out 10 feet to the west, then 20 feet north, and then across. And across from you, Badonk, you see that there is another door.
Like another door inside the room.
Yes.
All right. Kind of go through the same thing, but maybe at this point we're getting into a bit of a rhythm with.
So as soon as Badonk walks into the room, there's a slam. Suddenly, Badonk, you're in darkness. Now, fortunately, you're a goblin, so you can see. But you spin around, and where that door was, there's a massive wall. And you guys are separated by him from this. There's a wall, and then there's Badonk. And Badonk, you hear as that other door opens, and you can hear footsteps coming out from whatever is behind that door. So, guys, let's go. Heroes get to go first here. Werbin and Wes, you guys, or Badonk, you guys can, and each of you gets take an action before whatever is behind that door is coming. So what do you guys do?
Well, I think I would prepare. I'll take a stance. I'll take my dog fighting stance.
Okay.
Are my wraps glowing?
Your wraps begin to flare with a little bit of light.
Then I will, instead of my dog stance, I'll take, I guess I'm going to call them both dog stances now that we're not in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
It's the dog bite stance or the dog claw stance. So he moves to his dog bite stance, which is sort of the more bludgeoning version of the stance.
Okay.
And he prepares that if something approaches him, he will attack.
Okay. So you get ready, and sure enough, first Werbin and Wes. So this thing's just slammed down. What the heck are you guys going to do?
Look for some way to open it, but
hold on, I'm going to make a morale check for Gurgen.
Gurgen. Oh, Gerlich?
Gerlich, so I keep calling him Gurgen. Yeah. So he kind of you look back and he's pretty fucking scared, but He hasn't bolted yet.
Can we calm him somehow?
He's collected himself. It's more just you can tell that he was startled by this, as you guys were, I imagine.
Yeah, we're all shocked.
So Wes, Werbin, what are you guys going to do? One round.
Go ahead.
Can I use my mining to examine what fell down? See if there's a way to...
Yep. Give me a wisdom plus mining skill check.
+4. Ooh. 16.
Okay. So this is a trap that was triggered to go down for sure. 16 was what you got?
Yes.
There must be a way to disengage this. Wes, what are you doing?
Bow out and pointing back down the hallway where we came.
Okay.
I'll even walk to the intersection and just keep an eye on the 3 directions.
Okay.
Make sure we don't get attacked from behind.
Okay. So you make your way back and you're looking, and unfortunately you don't have dark vision, so you got your sun rod with you, I guess. But that would leave no Gurgen can cast light on that coin again. So you guys both have light. Okay, Badonk, what you see, as you're sort of dancing around in dog stance, you know, you see shambling out from that open door. You don't know why they are able to make that sound, because they are nothing but staggering skeletons, devoid of all flesh, now brilliantly illuminated by the flaring runes on your hand wraps. They are definitely, as they shamble forward, they are within your melee range. What do you want to do?
Make my attack.
Yeah! Okay, their AC is a 7.
7 plus 5 is plus 12. So /roll 1, 2, 20 plus 12.
You would guess, but
oh my goodness!
Oh, so close!
Seriously!
Oh, that's
nonsense.
But you didn't get fairy dice though.
You don't have like a hero point or something.
+1. Oh, max damage on the fray die.
Nice. So what is that? Is that 2?
Yeah, 2.
Fucking cool. You take down. So how is it that you take down 2 of these things?
He says, "You've made a mistake, skeletons. This goblin loves bones," and he's ripping the thigh bones out of them to sort of like dismantle them.
Oh, it's awesome. So you rip this thigh bone out of one, you toss it into another, which then is smashed and collapses in a heap. Yeah, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there are 12 of them left standing.
Shit.
What is your AC?
4.
4. Okay. Ooh, got a crit. Okay, so you take. Let's see. I'll roll their damage in a second. Wow! Out of all of that, so Badonk, you are dancing and weaving and bobbing and ducking and jumping out of the way and springing, and these things are all just trying to get you, trying to grab at you and pull you down. Only one of them manages to connect. You take 1 point of damage.
Nice.
This thing rips at you, so you're tagged by 1. But fortunately, in the flurry of action, only 1 manages to have any meaningful connection. Top of the next round, guys. Who wants to go?
I'll let the guys outside react first and try and get in.
Okay. Werbin, what are you gonna do?
I guess I'll look for a latch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So give me. This is gonna be pretty tricky to find. Go ahead and give me that same roll again. So skill check with your wisdom plus mining.
Come on, baby. Come on. Ooh.
Okay. So you're looking and you're studying along these things. You're like, ah, like it all seems seamless. You can't detect any difference between any of these things. Wes, what are you doing?
I asked Urban what he's doing.
Werbin's kind of scrambling around on the floor and then looking at the walls.
What are you doing then? Is he muted again? He must be muted.
Yeah, looking for a way to get out.
Okay. Is there some way to get in? Like,
That's what I mean. Yeah.
oh, so you're looking for some kind of lever or something?
Exactly. Yeah. To lift up the trapdoor.
Okay. Wes will head down the hallway towards the room that we came in.
Yep.
And just look for something that sticks out, something odd.
Okay.
So lever, switch.
Oh, yeah. You bring your
I'll bring my sunrod with me.
Yeah. So your sunrod and your bows in your other hand. You're looking around. Give me a perception. No perception. Give me a wisdom with. Can you think of something that might apply to this kind of thing? I
Not really.
Not really. Okay, so just give me a wisdom check. Oof. No, you're looking around and like it's all just those frescoes, and you keep being drawn your eye back to that graffiti. They're coming. Zonk. You with all these flared what do you call runes around you? What are you doing?
So first attack against the nearest skeleton.
Yeah, you leap up. Whoa, we got a hit. Nice.
Holy shit. Okay, so I haven't done this roll yet. Slash roll 2d6 plus 4. Oh my god. Double ones on the 2 6s.
Go ahead.
That's still
so
2 damage.
And your fray damage?
And fray damage is 2d6 plus 1. As well, 2 damage.
Okay. So another 2 of these things go flashing or smashed and drop to the ground, leaving only 10 remaining. These things now try and close in on you. Let's see how they do. Oof, that's a little better. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 3, and then
Can all 10 attack me at once, or does this game have any kind of a like spacing mechanic?
no, it doesn't really bother about that. It's yeah. I'm letting them all.
Can I use my acrobatic skills or something to try and position myself in a room where not all 10 can hit me at once? Because that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. You can try. Yeah. The thing is that like basically like either what will happen is if you're trying to keep yourself in one area, they're probably going to get some kind of flanking bonus against you because they're able to use their numbers against you. So let's see here. You take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of damage.
Yeah, see, because I'm dead in one round. The way that like, there's no way I can fight 10 skeletons.
No, again, Barrowmaze is many things. It's certainly not fair. So, top of the round again. Who wants to go?
Right, but now we're talking about physical restraints of 10 people fighting one person.
Yep, Jeff. This is the way the Barrowmaze is.
Sure. Badonk commits seppuku.
Who wants to go?
Badonk, he kills himself.
Okay, I guess I better. Badonk doesn't want to kill himself. Don't do it, Dog.
Well, he doesn't want to be torn apart by these evil skeletons.
So run.
Run where?
Run past them. Aren't you fast? Sneak.
Sneak away. They don't see me.
Werbin, are you still trying to find?
Yeah, I'm still trying. Yeah, I am. I'll look again.
Go ahead.
Come on, baby. Come on. Oh,
that's terrible. Oh, you still can't find anything outside. Wes?
I will head back down the central hallway and look down the hallway away from the room we were going.
Okay.
And oh, terrible.
Still nothing. No, you can't. Wow. How is this? How is this down? Badonk, what are you doing?
Oh, sure. I'll run away through the door that opened that they all came through.
Okay.
I will use acrobatics to maneuver through them to get to the door.
Sure. Well, there's no such thing as like attacks of opportunity here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. Okay. So what it is it goes down about 20 feet and then arcs like a dog leg to the left, and then it stops. So and it's just the smell of dry and dust and shit in here makes you think that these things may have been down here for quite some time.
And so, how tall is the space that I'm in?
The tall is about the ceilings in the Barrowmaze. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Ceiling is sorry, they do a good job of describing most elements of this. I am going to say I'll look it up between now and the next session as well. I'm going to say for now 9 feet tall, maybe.
Right. Like, I mean, the obvious question is, can they reach the ceiling or not as they are?
They not without like jumping, but I mean they could probably jump and reach. As it is in here, you will be limiting the amount that can kind of cram their ways in here. This is less exposed than what the other room is.
Okay.
Are you doing anything?
I want to see can I climb the wall or not?
Sure. Give me. Let's make a skill check. So, what is? It'll be dexterity, and then what? Do you have a trait you think it might apply?
Yeah, he's trying to use his acrobatic skills.
Okay, so he's trying to bounce back and forth. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Can he climb a wall?
Badunk, badunk, badunk.
So 6 is pretty good.
Close. Okay, so Badonk, you're able to boom, 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 and sort of pogo back and forth, and you dig your little goblin claws in and scramble up, and you're able to get as close to the ceiling as you can. And you can see there's just a fucking wave of these things going in, so it's just filling the room. They walk over. I'm only going to let 2 of them try and scramble up and try and get to you. Neither of which is able to connect. Okay, so that's the end of the round. Top of the round. Who wants to go next?
What's our wizard doing? Is he able to help in any way?
He's waiting for direction from you guys.
Does he have any unlocking or opening or way to smash through stone?
It's a wall. It's not. He probably has knock prepared, but it's a wall. It's not a door.
Right. But I don't know. I'm not a wizard, so I'm just wondering if he had something.
He has nothing. No.
Okay. Prepare to kill undead or something, maybe.
Werbin, what are you doing?
Take another look, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another check. See if you can find
Come on, dice. Oh,
Jesus.
What's your bonus, Werbin?
4.
What's your 10?
Yeah, still unable to find. Oh man, and I'll tell you too. It's not an 11. Like the difficulty to find this thing is a little higher than just the normal. So, because remember, 11 is average. What is Wes doing?
So I'm down that central hallway where we had turned left and gone through that door.
Yeah.
Is there a door in front of me, or is where does this go?
There is like if you're in that central hallway, there's that first door on the left there, and then the hallway continues to the west for 10 feet, and that's where there's a wall opposite that door on your right on the south, and then there's a corridor that turns to its to your left that goes north for quite some distance, at least 50 feet. Further than what your light extends.
Right.
That's probably all you can do this round.
Would that be in the door?
I think that's all you could do this round.
Okay.
Badonk, what are you doing?
Okay, so my question is, do I feel like I can attack them from up here, or do I think that
Hey, Badonk.
Yeah.
Do you have a healing potion on you?
I mean, I don't in this new character I just wrote.
No, remember you said you got all the gear you would have had before, so all you need to do is take advantage of that.
Right, let me just take a look. I don't remember if I did. Oh, yep. Can I drink a potion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
let's do it.
what you're going to do is roll 1d8 and compare that to the damage chart. That'll tell you how much you heal back.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So, wait, I'll do this for the people at home.
So don't roll a 1.
Go back to hangouts. Why are you weird, computer? There we go. 1d8. Let's let everybody see what we get.
Yes!
Oh, maximum.
Nice.
Which is hit
So
points.
2 hit points back.
Nice.
Okay. Then let's see here. There's only 2 more. One of them tags you, but
Yeah.
No damage.
no damage. I rolled a 1.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it connects with you, but it's just you're still kind of skittering along the top.
I'm making it very difficult for them to get a good attack in.
Yeah, that's I'm only letting 2 of them kind of get to this, and this is them scrambling sort of on top of each other and trying to get at you. And worst of worst, the closer they get, the more they're clearly illuminated by the glowing of your wraps.
Mm.
Okay, so now it's top of the round. Who wants to go?
Wes heads back to Wurban. Maybe we can help each other.
Okay, so Wes, you give me a perception check, and I'm assuming Wurban is directing you here to what you should be looking for.
Okay.
This is the way I actually don't know how aid another works in this, but I'll just do it this way. Not quite. So you're looking for an 11. If you get an 11, I'll give Wurban a +1 to his roll. But Wurban, you try again.
Yes.
Desperately looking around. Maybe you missed something.
He was being nice to us earlier, but now it's being...
Roll20's killing us now. I'm going to start rolling real dice.
Well,
That's it. Roll20, you're done.
All right, so Wurban's still nothing. But Donk, what are you doing?
I guess I'll attempt to attack the ones that are coming up at me.
Okay.
So, what?
And if you make a successful acrobatics check, Jeff, what I'll let you do is reposition yourself back on the wall afterwards. You sort of pogo down and use a move action to kind of get back up again.
Okay,
so let's...
Holy
shit!
shit!
30! Wow.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to apply that across a couple skellies. Let's see what your damage is.
Wow.
So,
well, this is... Oh, the damage. Damage is only 2.
So you smash through 2 of them, though, and then roll your fray.
And then the fray is 1 more.
1 more, okay? So you sort of pogo down and you lash out in kind of in a bit of fear, I think. Maybe one of the first kind of fear that he's been feeling down here. So you shatter 2 of these things, and then one other kind of reaches out at you. You lash out at it with a snapping dog, and then pogo off one, and then
jump off the head of one of them.
Yeah, and then back up, and yay! Back up on the wall.
Back
Only
up on
2
the
can
wall.
attack this round. Okay.
Jeez.
So then I think it's the
Wait, did you
Skelly's
say
turn.
3 went down?
What's that?
3 of them just went down?
3, yes, there's 7 left. Oh, well, and both of them miss. And I'm not fudging dice here, incidentally, too. That's why, unfortunately, you took 5 fucking damage in that one round. Okay. Then it is top of the round again. Which of the heroes wants to go?
Well, let's just repeat that real quick since.
Okay, so Wes, go ahead. Let's see. You're sort of like in a a little bit of frustration. Like what is it I'm looking for?
West's rolling real dice now because roll 20 has gone cold. 6 and a 5 plus 1, 12.
Okay, so Werbin, add +1 to your roll.
All
So
right.
do wisdom plus mining +1.
Nice. Okay.
Plus
Plus 5. Here we go. Oh, 17.
17. So you're like, look, it's over there, and then Wes, you sort of look over, and there's maybe a moment where you notice that like Werbin is kind of like circling around over one specific tile that he seems to be missing as he's searching for this thing. You're like, look, did you look there? And Werbin, you look down, and your big stubby dwarven fingers go down and start feeling along the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, there's a dark flagstone in the hallway just outside of the door behind which Badonk disappeared. You get your fingers in there and you pull it up, and there's a lever in there. What do you do?
I yanked that lever.
Ugh! And the door or the wall slowly retracts back up, and you see this empty room with a doorway on the far side. And I don't think that's probably all you. Oh, you can see a little bit of blue about 40 feet away, a little blue light being cast from where Badonk has cornered himself off in that hallway. Badonk, what are you doing?
Same thing he did last round.
Second verse, same as the first.
Yeah, he jumps down, and this time he's leaping. Could he hear the door open? Just wondering if it's a spark of hope or not.
Let's just give me a D6 roll.
Sure.
Okay.
D6.
Yes, you absolutely heard the door open.
Okay, so he has this like spark of hope. He was like thought he was dead, and now he thinks that he might live.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Nice.
Fish.
So again, I'll split the damage out amongst multiple targets. So go ahead and make your damage roll from the first one. Whoa!
4 damage.
Holy shit. So what's this whirlwind of, now that he's got, I guess, his spirit back, what does it look like as he destroys 4 of these things?
Now he just is feeling hopeful, and he instead of like he started ripping their thigh bones out, and instead now he is just crushing their entire rib cages.
Nice. It's and you haven't rolled your fray dice yet.
And it's still 1 damage.
1 damage, another one goes down. There are only 2 skellies left remaining. So once again, we get 2 on you. Ooh, and that 20. So one of them, you take 1 point of damage. As it digs into you. But after that flurry of it's probably more the fact that like you blew through 5 of these skeletons, and it's one of those that actually tagged you as it was going through. That is it for them. Top of the round. Who wants to go next? So all you guys know right now, Werbin and Wes, is that there's this blue glow down there, and Badonk was somewhere behind there.
Badonk's stuff only
Now
goes.
I'm gonna make a roll to see if Gerlich says something.
I can't see anything with my dark vision.
You can see the room, but you can't, and you can see the door on the far side. There's a bunch of broken bones inside here, shattered things. What are you guys doing? So Wes gestures for Werbin to go. Werbin, what are you doing?
Where Werbin sort of very well sort of grabs his staff and sort of trying to guide his way with using the light from the arcing energy up and down his staff. He
Okay.
proceeds forward.
So you step forward. So Warbin steps forward. The door slams down because you did not take time to look for the fucking trap.
Oh man!
So Wes, you're like, what? And you hear a chick from where that lever was. I'm assuming Warbin left it open, but Warbin, you're like, what's it? What? And the wall has slammed behind you. Badonk, what are you doing? There's 2 more skellies left.
I will attack the last skelly.
Go ahead. There's two left. Wow!
Oh, bam!
Amazing. So,
Bedonk's nice.
you don't even have to roll, but the amount of damage you do, you can tear through both of these things.
But incident.
Yeah.
But he does well.
So you smash these things, and then you walk out. As soon as the last one goes down, the flaring blue light from your wraps fades, and you find yourself in darkness again. Warbin, you see that light that was ahead of you. The door slams, and you look back, and that light has faded now.
Okay.
You look over, and you're like, whoa, whoa. What are you doing?
Shit. I call out for Badonk.
Badonk, what do you say?
I'm here.
How are you?
Alive.
Fine, how are you? Warbin, little known fact, Warbin has 2 ranks in small talk.
How are the kids?
Is that a trait you could have taken down?
Yeah.
Very well. This door opens from the other side.
Badonk, you don't see any door. You see a wall.
Right.
Wes,
you
what are
mean
you
this
doing?
wall?
You're
I'm
on your
gonna-
own now with Gerlich.
Yeah, but I know how to open this damn thing because I watched Warbin do it. So I'm just gonna pry the tile open and pull the lever and tell them, "Don't step wherever the hell you stepped."
Okay, so you pull the lever, the door slowly rises up again. And Badonk and Warbin, you can see a somewhat worried and anxious Gerlich and Wes are on the far side.
I'm smirking. I might even just put my hand on the lever and try and push it down again, see if it works the other way.
Well, okay, let's put ourselves in. Remember you how nervous you were when all this first started, and you don't know what happened on the far side.
True enough. True
Yeah.
enough. Plus,
So-
I'm still thinking they are coming.
Well, and
I'm not-
Badonk, you can
I'm not
see
starting.
Badonk is still, you're still thinking it's still coming, but Badonk is also fairly bloodied as well, too.
Ooh, this is
Right.
not
Like
good.
he is quite bloodied. You probably would be concerned.
Yeah. Hey guys, get out of there. And watch where you step.
Badonk, you have no difficulty leaping over it.
Yeah, he
Warbin?
will get out of there.
Let me see here, Warbin. You study the floor very carefully. You're pretty sure you know where to avoid. Do you walk through it? I took it as a yes. I say you say yes. Yeah. So you walk past and it doesn't trigger.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at the time, you guys look at each other and think, back to town.
Wait, we loot the skeletons.
Ooh,
Sorry,
Yeah.
that was delayed reaction.
good call. Good instincts,
Okay.
which do not pay off this time.
Wow, doesn't matter. We still did it.
So you guys, you searched, and it seems like these things were set in wait. There's a clever trigger as that as soon as the thing goes down, the door on the far side opens. What insidious trap! First fucking room you explore.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dirty.
So you guys make your way out of the. Do you do anything to change or secure the barrow, this particular barrow at all?
I was wondering about that. Can we move that door to at least look like it's covered so that people won't see that it's open from afar?
It's split in two. Someone took a sledgehammer to it.
Okay. What about wood? Can we pile something on top of it, or?
There's not any wood around, and I don't think you brought any with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any ideas, guys?
Not off the top of my head, that's for sure.
Okay.
What about some? Well, I'm a woodsman. I'm a nature dude. I should be able to figure something out. Some branches. Maybe we can do some scavenging around the area. Shouldn't take that long.
Well, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, no trees.
Yeah. So you could go to the Barrow, but again, like this place, we're rolling random encounters every 20 minutes for this.
Yeah,
So
let's just trust that people don't want to come out here very often.
it is an incredibly dangerous, trip out here. And also, no one knows that that's necessarily, or at least seems apart from whoever set up this tripod, no one seems to know that this is the entrance to the Barrowmaze.
And we've hired this guy on for a month, right?
You can hire him on for longer. He's not recovered any loot yet, so Gerlich will stay with you.
Well, good.
Right. He kind of has no reason to leave. His current pay is 50% of nothing.
Let's get back to town, and then we can talk to Gerlich about keeping the old lip sealed so that he can get a bigger payout down the road.
Okay. So you guys make it back. I rolled for encounters. You encounter nothing else in the Mounds. You encounter nothing else in the Barrowmoor either. Nice. What are you guys thinking about or talking about on the way back? Because it's a 4-hour trip, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about how we got to keep this quiet.
And Badonk is just talking about how, like, these traps are bullshit. We need to stick together. I was almost dead. This is not good. Like, he is just going on about the whole what happened inside there. Like, he's selling it up big.
Yeah.
Did you use your magic hammer?
Magic hammer?
Yeah, couldn't you have thrown the hammer down at them from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Badonk points at his wraps and he says, "These wraps, they're designed for killing undead."
Okay, but never mind. You got to do what you got to do. But if I was in a place where they couldn't hit me, I would have been smacking them with a hammer that comes back.
They could hit me.
Oh, I guess true. And you probably do more damage.
Touche.
You probably do more damage than the hammer.
His point is we need to be very careful and stick together. He's not.
I agree.
Okay.
Does my owl amulet do anything while I was there? I just realized I was looking at my sheet again.
What is your owl amulet? I don't remember what that does.
Cursed amulet. The cursed amulet.
Oh, right. Yes, I got to look up what that spell does. It's actually a spell effect that is affecting you.
In battle, isn't it?
Well, effectively, so like it's a slow curse.
Okay.
And
I remember that.
That's the way it works in Pathfinder 2nd is that I think you lose one action every round. It's fucking brutal. I mean, it's not much better in basic D&D, but I'll look up what the spell actually does. I mean, you could, yeah, I'll look it up and I'll tell you what it does. So you guys do successfully, like I said, make your way back to Helix, and while you definitely feel, like your perspective on this, has this changed Badonk's feeling about like how easy this looting of the tomb is going to be?
I think like for the day, but not long term.
Not long term. Okay, great.
Overall, he's been pretty successful still.
He doesn't think that, Kev, when you're in a car if you're driving and you have a near miss of a car accident.
Yeah.
It's not like being in a car accident, right? It's like, I was almost in a car accident. You remember it for that day. You're sort of freaked out a little bit, but a few days later, you're not continually thinking like, oh man, that was, driving is probably the most deadly thing I do every day. I should be very careful.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of Badonk's mentality. It's like on the way back, he is telling everybody like, holy crap, I almost died. Like, where were you guys? We got to be careful. But probably after a, night of a few drinks in the tavern and
raisin strumpet,
night's sleep and healing up, he's, all right, that is where the loot is, guys. We got to get back there.
Okay.
He's focused on the loot.
Now, by virtue of how monumental this session was, with you guys actually discovering the entrance to the Barrowmaze, actually getting down into the Barrowmaze, and reflecting this is actually session 18, guys. Welcome to level 3.
Woo!
So here's what happens at level 3. Now, I didn't give you this at level 2 because I wanted to wait until you were at level 3, because there's something really neat with leveling in what do you call it? In this system. So you're level 3 now. I want you guys to pick 2 new traits, but they've got to reflect what you've learned over the past little bit. So it's something that reflects, like if you're, if your acrobatics was a 2, it could become a 3 now, right? Because you've been really like, okay, I know this. Or you could learn a new trait. So you got 2 of those guys. And let's see here. Both the Thieves, Wes and Badonk, you each gain 2 hit points plus your Constitution modifier. And you guys each gain an additional trait point. So on top of the 2 that you learned, those trait points can be added to anything. The other 2 should be something that you can tell us about at the start of next session, about what what you experienced, what you learned, and how it changed your character.
So 2 trait points learned.
Yep. And then
one trait point, anything.
Well, anything, yeah. That's just from your gaining a new level.
And then 2 hit points plus our con modifier?
That's right, yeah. Werbin, you gain 3 hit points plus your con modifier. Actually, all 3 of you guys, your base attack bonus is now a +2.
Right.
And let's see what your spells are there, Werby. Werby boy.
Have to think about those traits. Might create a new trait.
Mm-hmm.
Into my teeth.
Level 3. Oh, Werbin.
Yes.
Werbin.
Yeah.
You can cast 2nd level spells now.
That's more like it.
Nice.
All right. Okay. So that is. Oh, I wanted to read you quickly. So now that is where we will leave the session. So this is. I want to read you what the. So the author has little author insets that Greg Gillespie has added into Barrowmaze for that room that you were just in, Jeff.
Yeah.
He says, in my home game, Timor One Eye, a half-elven fighter played by Alex, set off the trap and managed to survive the skeletons. His comrades frantically tried to open the door while Timor heroically held off the undead. He was killed when his arms. He was later killed when his arms were ripped off by ghouls in the southern crypts. The game. There's something I like about it too. It specifically sets the tone for the dungeon right at the fucking outset, which is a great bit of look, this is the ride you're in for, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
So awesome. So you guys are level 3 now. Congratulations. That is exciting. So let's maybe just wrap up then with a very quick. I know we're way over time here, but let's just share a couple thoughts that you guys had on Scarlet Heroes. What did you think of this? How did this feel? Did they feel like the same characters? How this compare to the progress we've been making on the other with Pathfinder?
I would definitely say I like the system better.
Mm-hmm.
How did it compare? Character-wise, I think the characters are all, like you said, what you make of them. So,
yeah.
I think in that aspect, it seemed pretty good.
Yeah, and that's something I really like. In particular, I like about these games is that it is way more about what's happening at the table than what how you've designed your character. And that to me is what's happening in the fiction, what's happening, in the story is a lot more important than, whether you've taken a feat that gives you plus whatever the fuck to whatever the fuck, and not to minimize that stuff. It's just that's perfectly fine. And it's important to have interesting character design options, for a character, for things. But for the type of campaign we're trying to run with this, I feel like this is going to be imagine how much we can get done in a 2-hour session with this kind of system.
Right.
Compared to this. I mean, we spent an hour and a bit making the characters and then spent about 3 hours playing, I think. What about dangerous? Did it feel dangerous?
Oh, absolutely. Of course.
That's interesting because I wasn't sure. That's the one thing I was unsure is whether we could still capture the spirit, how dangerous the Barrowmoor is. So that's great to hear.
It felt a little less dangerous, I think.
Yeah.
I think the fray dice and the fact that we were able to dish out some pretty significant damage on our hits, that we made pretty quick work of the toads, whereas the first time we fought the toads, I think we were level 2.
Yep.
Or so in Pathfinder, and Vax literally got dropped in one attack, and then the battle didn't go that great.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're just a little more powerful, or maybe our dice rolling was better, or what. So
no, it's absolutely how much you're the power level of your characters. The way that what the estimate is that one Scarlet hero's character is equivalent to 4 normal basic or BX type characters.
Okay.
It's designed for solo play, but it also makes good for epic level play.
Well, yeah, heroes.
What they suggest you do is either if you're using regular modules with multiple PCs that are made with these rules, they suggest you multiply the encounters. So I didn't do that for the first couple of things, like for the toads or the scorpions. The trolls I just rolled as is, but you guys ran from them anyway. I doubled the amount of skeletons because it needed to feel like an actual threat. Because I think 7 you would have fucking blown through in a second or two, and that wouldn't have set the proper tone. But it was interesting to see what one bad round can do to you, though. Even though you guys are pretty tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, and you know what you could have done too? Shit, we got to make sure we remind you guys of the avoid death thing. So if you had a round where oh my god, this thing would have killed me, you could trigger your avoid death ability, and then what you do is instead of taking that damage, you take 1d4 damage. And then you avoid the death, you avoid the life-threatening thing, and then you can keep doing that. The damage you take grows by dice size, so it becomes a D6 the next time you do that, a D8 the next time you do that, D10 the next time you do that, and so forth. Yeah, it's a cool way to it's because there's no fudging dice mechanic. That's a way of having narrative intrusion on this.
Okay, so there was still one more thing that I could have done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. So you wouldn't have died outright.
Right.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I should have reminded you guys about the healing potions before we started too. I just couldn't remember what was on your character sheets.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But the Barrowmaze is still freaking dangerous.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 6 trolls coming by. We might have made mincemeat out of those scorpions with some good rolls, but 6 trolls. I'm like, sorry guys, I don't want to fight this.
Yeah.
Oh, that made sense to run away from.
That was a pretty fucking fun scene too, right? I think the mechanics work pretty well to support the tension of that scene.
100%.
And so the thing is, I like that was completely made up on the fly. There's no rules for that, and I'm like, all right, well, this sounds like a fun way to engage all of you guys at the same time and allow you to see mechanical effects on the dice roll. And that's something I really like about this is that it's easy to just be okay, let's nudge it this way or let's nudge it that way. Allowing Werbin to use his druidcraft to work his magic, I think is cool. I love the way that your fray dice works because you're always doing 1 point of damage now.
Right.
So I think that's a fun way to, you can guarantee you're gonna be able to drop as long as you hit, you'll be able to drop every round you're always gonna be able to drop at least one hit dice creature.
Right. I think that actually was probably the correct or a very close to correct version of Flurry of Blows.
Yeah. So it's good to know for future, what do you call it, monks for this. I'm also going to take a look and see about other, how to incorporate some of the other monk things like fast movement and stuff like that. Like I know you took fleet or something like that as one of your traits.
I was going to say the one thing I would consider is having that that fray dice +1 at some level go up.
I don't think
that would be, but you know.
Yeah, let me think about that, because the freight, like it honestly, like a +1, an extra +1 wouldn't make a whole hill of beans difference.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's not
right. Like unless, let me think here.
Doesn't guarantee anything.
Yeah, because like the difference between a 7 and an 8 isn't anything. A difference between a 7 and a, it's not until you hit 10 that you get.
Well, no, but it's still a higher percentage of 2 over 1.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
What about a bigger dice? Like a fighter gets a D8 fray dice.
Oh yeah,
but then it's treading on the fighter's shtick though, a little too much. Although the fighter does have a better to hit. I don't know. Let me think about it. Like it's. I'm
just saying, like maybe continuing that path is the right way to like level up the monk at some point.
Yeah.
Of keeping it sort of on the fray side over the damage side.
Yeah. Well, because the whole thing is spreading the damage around, right? And the monk isn't able to focus its the whole crit thing, being able to apply your fray dice to one target too. That's again something I just made up on the fly. It seemed fun.
Made that up, yeah.
Yeah, and I like that.
You know, like for something like that where you're rolling like 30s to hit when you need a 20.
Yeah,
it does feel almost fitting. I don't know that's.
Yeah, and that's the thing I like about, again, like I like about this whole like of these OSR style games is how much it's like your game. It's intended to be your, like, it's a different game at every table. You know, it's specifically intended to be played that way, with you fudging it and twisting it and like adding rules in that you know from other games or whatever as you feel whatever's appropriate for your table. And I like involving you guys in that. Like I think that's again part of the fun of this type of play is for us to collectively figure out what your class is going to be like, or what your abilities are, or what you can do with your traits.
Yeah. Well, and I think that the manipulation of the fray die did fit in with what I was kind of saying about making Bedonk feel a little different than the other fighters or the other thieves. And I think it did exactly that. So
yeah,
I do think that was the right solution there. Or at least a good answer to that question.
Perfect.
What makes them different?
What about Steve?
Steve, what'd you think?
It's sort of a funky mechanical system. I like the way you come up with your own descriptors like that, your own traits. That's kind of that leaves the door wide open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and well, I like the artwork too. It reminds me of the old '80s.
Totally. What we'll do is also, like, between now and the next session, we'll lock down your actual spell list, so you can actually use druid stuff. Like what I was looking at before was from Labyrinth Lord has some basically like some old school style druid spells, and we can just use those like as written for your character. So you would gain gosh, I can't remember how many levels because in this one you actually have extra not in Scarlet Heroes, but in what's it called, Stars Without Number. They give a way of handling this style, like heroic scale spellcasters, I think is better than it is in Scarlet Heroes, because Scarlet Heroes doesn't really do a lot to jazz up the magic all that much. There's a lot of ways where other heroes feel a lot more badass, in particular weapon fighting heroes, but magic doesn't feel like it's got the same juice or same step up. Mm-hmm. And I think extra opportunities to cast spells, that's the way that you solve that problem. But what about you, Dave? What'd you think?
Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. I like the fact that it blends the ability to use the narrative to guide your rolls less than, say, some of the other, or more than some of the other games, and rely less on like built-in mechanics and scores. So we're not sitting here pounding numbers all day. You know, it's like, yeah, there's a couple of bonuses or whatever, but they're based on what you think your character can do.
Totally.
So
yeah, I love that because
Um,
it draws. I think it draws you back to the fiction constantly. So you're thinking of things in terms of the fiction rather than in terms of the mechanics of the game.
Absolutely.
Right. Like the net result is about the same. You're going to get a mechanical bonus to your roll, but I think the
but it's
way
also
you get
that makes
about to,
sense.
yeah.
So
I
even
really
like
that.
right now, when I'm looking at some of the traits, I know I'm like maybe Ruin Explorer. Been through a couple barrels.
Yeah.
Got into a ruin. What does that give me? It's only a +1 bonus, but it's a +1 bonus maybe for finding hidden levers or something.
And for tracking in those environments too.
Yeah. So yeah, stuff like that. And
yeah.
So yeah, I like the idea of building your character from the experiences that they've had. So that's also a really good element here, where we can add traits and expand traits that we already have based on what we just experienced in this last session.
Yeah, I love that. That's actually we had in Godbound does the same thing. They call them facts instead of traits, but it's the same principle. And I love that. Like I love that. I can't remember what Dave came up with for the life of me, but Dave came up with one that was like that, where it's like, oh, of course, that's perfect. What a great way to add to, and it helps me in terms of feedback, because it tells me what you guys are. It gives me a little insight into what you guys saw from the experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is cool. So, yeah. Any closing thoughts on Scarlet Heroes before we call it a day or a night? Cool. All right. So I will comment then that. Well, I'll get out of the Roll20, and then I'll do our outro. So let me exit the game here. Goodbye. Roll20. Stop sharing. Turn my camera on. Hey, I'm back. All right. Okay. So for those listening at home, thank you so much for joining us for this experiment running our Barrowmaze campaign using the Scarlet Heroes game published by Sine Nomine Games and written by Kevin Crawford. As always, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the session, please don't hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section below us, or you can shoot me a tweet on Twitter at Dungeon Musings, all one word and plural, or you can shoot me an email at dungeonmusings@gmail.com. You will also note that there are links in the description of this video to something called Heroes Save Villages. That is the charity fundraising campaign that we're running on the channel. We've paired up with SOS Children's Villages, a really great charity that benefits children living in very high need circumstances, both in North America and elsewhere in the world. If you click through on the link, you can learn all about the Heroes Save Villages campaign and some of the cool rewards we have on offer. And you can also donate. And all money donated goes directly to the SOS Children's Villages charity, which you can also learn about as you click through that link. Finally, I'll note again that at the end of the month, it's November. At the time of recording, it is November 2nd. And at the end of the month, the weekend of the 30th, I will be running Stars Without Number. Actually, it's a combo of Stars Without Number and Godbound. So two other games that are written by Kevin Crawford, same guy who wrote Scarlet Heroes. I'll be running a game set in the world of the Destiny video game. So if you'd like to play in that, there's a link to the sign up. Costs you nothing. And I'm also running Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea on Sunday. So Saturday morning, I'm running that the Destiny session. And then on Sunday morning, I'm running the Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea. So if you would be interested in playing on either of those, feel free to sign up. Or if you know anyone who wants to play, please let them know and point them in the direction of that link. Lastly, but certainly not least, I got to thank the bedrock upon which these sessions are built, and that is, of course, my players. Guys, thank you so much for playing tonight. I had so much fun running this. This was, you know what, like I had mentioned earlier, and I tweeted actually earlier about how exhausted I felt from the week and from running so many other games and whatnot. This was a true joy to run for you guys. So thank you very much for giving me that opportunity, guys.
Thanks, Kev. Glad we could make it back to the Barrowmaze.
Yes,
to the Barrowmaze.
Yeah, and Jeff, did you had said at the outset that you were kind of like, back to the Barrowmaze again. Did this feel like an exciting journey back there this time? Is the spark back?
I think that this is exactly what the game needed for me, is something a little different.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too, totally. Cool. All right. Well, then I will see you guys soon. I'll see Dave tomorrow because tomorrow night we're streaming a live session of Modifius's 2D20 Conan game. So I'm returning after about a year-long absence. I will be making my hopefully triumphant return to Hyboria to bring some real muscle and steel back to this channel.
And we will learn what is best in life.
What is best in life is to not trust the dungeon master.
No, not at all.
All right, guys, have a really great weekend. And thanks again to those folks who are listening at home. Hope you enjoyed the session, and we'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.